searching for fish, but finding an ocean of plastic trash.
Wearing no shoes and in the most wretched conditions, Dorsan is ordered to retrieve the sack he's forgotten.
The 1960s saw the introduction of the first ever federal-level corporate regulation regarding the environment, America's Clean Air Act. This quantified consumer demand for corporate responsibility and in turn forced companies to consider not only how they make profit, but also how their operations affect both the environment and the communities within and surrounding them. These considerations have been grouped together under the term ESG, standing for environmental, social, and governance. Many of you in the audience today either already have or at some point will consider occupational roots in the broad field of business. And to be successful within this field, you will need to know skills and values beyond those taught in university lecture halls. For example, compassion. Compassion for the people who work for you, the people you work with, and for the environment is absolutely crucial to creating long-term safe, healthy, and thriving working conditions. And through these improved working conditions, we can flourish together as a society, improving the quality of our products, our lives, and our habitat. It is for these reasons today that we talk about environmental, social, and governance principles.
Hello, my name is Thomas and this is Marie. Ever since we learned about the principles of ESG, we thought it crucial to not only educate ourselves, but everyone on how firms operate and how their operations affect a multitude of communities worldwide. We are pleased to welcome you to our environmental, social, and governance panel and whether or not corporations are delivering on their promises. So, joining us for this session, I'm pleased to welcome two experienced professionals. First of all, Sarah Liz Marty for her second year at YFS. Sarah is a corporate responsibility manager at Mammoth and is known for her projects such as the Make Do Manifesto and the Common Goods project launching in June. Please join us in welcoming her.
Thank you.
Then another warm welcome to Jaydeep Bansal, another longtime partner of YFS. Jaydeep is known for being the CEO of the Global Himalayan Expedition, a company that focuses on eco-tourism and has provided over 500,000 people in India with sustainable electricity. Please join me in welcoming them again.
For the first 25 minutes of the session, our panelists will be able to answer the questions we've prepared for them, and then you as an audience will also be given the opportunity to ask any questions you may have. Feel free to send them at any point to the Mentimeter code, displayed on both of the boards, 1300-3855, and we will come back to them later. So let's begin with a broad question for both of you. First of all, what is ESG, and what does it mean for you in your respective industries and how it applies to your job? Sarah, if you'd like to start us off.
I guess with Mammoth it is my job. I work in the textile and clothing industry for Mammoth specifically, the outdoor brand. And there I kind of oversee projects pushing for greater transparency and traceability. So really it is kind of my everyday business. We call it corporate responsibility. I kind of really like the word responsibility because it gives us it moves the responsibility to us as a company to act in within ESG. I don't know whether, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Are there any specific examples of what you might do on a day-to-day basis that relates to ESG?
I work quite project-focused. One thing that happens every year is our annual responsibility report. I think we might get talking about this a little bit more afterwards, is basically where we measure our impact and report back on our targets that we set ourselves in the space of environmental and social and governance aspects of sustainability. So that kind of takes up a lot of my space. I also work in sort of animal certifications for things like wool and down that we use in textiles. then I also work now more and more in more of our circular projects, so that the ideal is to generate more revenue through circular business models. So I'm kind of overseeing projects in this space. But that's just my kind of side. Obviously, there's a team around me where the focus is also on our carbon footprint, measuring this, and developing projects around it to decrease our impact. Yeah.
Thank you.
Continuing from that, how do you think ESG has opened up as a career option in the past 20 years, specifically for people like you, and if you'd like to start?
Yeah, I think sort of just to first go back to the question that you had around what is ESG, and essentially if you look at it, the way companies have evolved typically is every company has, of course, the goods that they're producing, and then the shareholder returns. They're all on stock markets, and if the profits are good, do the share prices go up or down? They go up, right? And typically for the companies, it was never about doing the right thing. Ultimately, to the shareholders or to the value that they were creating was mainly around profits. And so we had a very profit-driven economy for a long period of time, which meant that you could pollute the planet, you could consume resources, you could not care about the communities, but as long as the profits were there, were the prices going up or down? They were going up. But now, the people have started challenging this notion. The companies, the corporations have started realizing that you can't just profiteer from just, exhaustive use of resources, polluting the planet, leaving behind with the communities that they work with nothing at all. It does not work that way, and that cannot be business as usual. And why that's happening is because of more increased awareness. Young people like us, I would still call us young if that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, and with you guys as well. So we guys are all demanding from the companies that, are you doing the right thing? What is ESG? You'll look beyond the acronym. It might be environment, social, governance, but it's actually doing the right thing. If you are a corporation that's in the business of, let's say, making roads or making infrastructure, or you might be a Coca-Cola, if you are not doing the right thing, if your production plants are actually polluting the water rivers and are impacting the communities, do you think in today's day and age, if such a report comes out, even though profits are up, will the share price go up or down? It will go down. That's the fundamental shift that's happening. And corporations are realizing that. They realize that unless and until you're not doing the right thing, yes, we call it ESG now, but ultimately, for me, it boils down to doing the right thing for the community, doing the right thing for the planet, and earning profits in the right manner, and not just polluting the planet or spoiling the communities and still earning profits and having all the governance issues in place. So that does not work anymore. And it's a great way to sort of sum it up that if you all tomorrow run your own businesses, you might be entrepreneurs, you might be working in some companies, it could be anything, right? If a newspaper headline comes tomorrow with your name and your company's name that this company is not doing the right thing, will you be able to live with that? So it's about doing the right thing. And that's where, coming back to your question, the career options are also opening up a lot in the ESG space. Now, schools have a sustainability lead, right? So schools have a sustainability lead, universities have it, your corporations have it. As a social entrepreneur, everything that we do is around ESG only. So there's no specific roles that I'm creating within my company. It's everything that we do. But big corporations like Mammoth, whether it's in the adventure tourism space, whether it's hospitality, whether it's pharma, whether it's consumer goods, everyone has now ESG roles, and they are getting bigger and bigger. The scope is getting bigger because companies realize that if they are not going to do the right thing, they are going to be penalized. And who is penalizing them? It's people like all of you who will eventually become the shareholders in these companies. So if you demand the right thing, and if you're not okay with corporations just continuing to do business as usual, that will shift the needle on transition. Otherwise, if you think only about profits, if you only think how much money is in your bank, then that's not the right approach.
Thank you very much for that answer. So You mentioned briefly how we as a young generation should care about this. So what do you think that, what is something specific that we can do to ensure that corporations also actually care about the ESG principles?
Demand it. I think, you know, going right after you, very inspiring the way you speak. And I think maybe going back to my kind of start, when I was your age, maybe I was missing this kind of, I wanted like an uprising, you know, a kind of sustainability activism role. And we weren't quite there yet, but I think now really is the time, and there's the movement around it. So I think demand it from the companies that you buy things from. Send us emails, because this really lands on our tables, and it sometimes is a good wake-up call for brands or corporations, you know, when it is individual people knocking on our doors, because it shows us that it matters.
I think it's a multi-pronged approach. One is, as young generation, the demand, of course, because ultimately all of us here are consumers of the things that are being provided to us. The moment the consumption drops for particular things, the companies will realize that effect, because if there is less consumption, there's less production, and ultimately that impacts their image and profitability. So it's about demanding the right things, and that could be simple choices you make. For example, if you're from Switzerland, I mean, did I switch off the mic?
Sorry, just keep going.
Okay. Am I loud enough till the back? Thank you. So it's about really demanding the right things. And then, for example, if you look at the Swiss context, right, you have these two big super chains, the Coop and the Migros. Now, everyone goes to these places to buy all their stuff. But a lot of it is, let's say, doubly packed and everything. And I've gone there a couple of times. I've failed to understand why you have a banana put in a plastic, in a plastic, in a plastic. So that fails, I fail to understand that. But imagine if you could stop, if you suddenly stop going to these places and go to more local producers who are doing the right thing, what do you think will happen? Will they continue to do business as usual? Will it impact them to change the way they are doing? That's how you can do the transition. And, you know, companies like, for example, I'll come back to your company again, Mahmood, that if you, for example, today get to know that this company is, you know, developing all the shoes and products that it is making from recycled, upcycled waste, it is using plastic waste, it is using, you know, cleaning up the oceans, does that create a positive or a negative image in your mind about this brand? So when you go to the shop and then you see Mammoth and then maybe you see a Nike or a Patagonia. Patagonia is again a great company, but maybe you see some X company that's not doing that. And if it's something that you want to buy, which would you prefer? The sustainable brand. So I think companies are also recognizing it. It's about creating that pull as a consumer, but also it also requires a lot of the multi-stakeholder approach as well. So it's not just that it's about just demanding something, but also creating those pull from within your local community. So can you influence people at your local community level? Can you work with the local governments? Can you influence policy level decisions that can ultimately move the needle on these things?
Yeah, I think the political advocacy, especially in Switzerland, I think is a really good point, because we do have the voice, and to kind of make use of that. Definitely.
Oh. Continuing from that, what industries would you say that this change has been most present in the past 20 years, when ESG has become more present?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
In what industries would you say it's become more present in the past 20 years? Like, what industries represent the principles of ESG more now than ever?
I mean, I can only speak for the textile industry, and I think there has been a big awakening. I think people didn't think about where their clothes were coming from 20 years ago, and now really, I think the shift has changed. I mean, some dramatic things had to happen, like the collapse of the Rana Plaza building in 2013, where over 1,000 people died. And it's tragic that those events have to happen to kind of for it to become top of mind or to get into the news, but I do think that, the kind of awareness has definitely kind of risen in the clothing industry, and still, you know, we're responsible for almost 10% of the global CO2 emissions, 20% of the wastewater. I think those things are not quite as present yet for many people, quite how impactful the kind of clothing industry is. But I definitely think people have become more aware what their choices, you know, what impact their choices have, like put your money where your mouth is, that's it. And kind of the change you can create with buying better or changing behaviors, not just buying better. I'm also a big advocate for using what you have and, you know, working with what we've got already, that's already existing.
That, and also I think...
Oh.
I'll just talk like this. So I think that, and I need the mic, I've been told. Hello? That's better? Okay. So that, and I think, you know, it's across industries. It's not just that one industry has taken a lead. If you look at fast fashion, it became the big thing, right? Everyone wanted to buy from an H&M and what are those, some other stores across the globe. But now suddenly there's more and more awareness of the impact of fast fashion. You know, how much water does it take to produce one single piece of garment? And if you think it's just a use and throw, then the impact it's having on our planet. And so it started with a couple of reports coming in, the consumers were made aware, and then the corporations started realizing, like the H&M and the Zara's, is that we can't continue with fast fashion anymore. They still continue to do that, by the way, although their reporting tells otherwise, but the actual reality is still, there's a vast difference. And I think one thing that all of you can do is, how many of you know what happened at the recent COP? What was in those reports? What was in those 30, 100, 200 pages? Do you even read all that? But can you, maybe a couple of you, come together, read those reports and demystify what's written in those reports and translate it to something as creative and innovative as possible that hits with your generation? That's missing right now. We have all these reports, all these, you know, everyone comes up with their sustainability reports and everything. It's all jargon at the end of the day. It's all data, and it's very easy to bore people with data. But if you can take out those reports, take out the data numbers, crunch it down to what it really means for all of you people, make it jazzy, put videos on your social media platforms, that can inspire a lot of action within all of you.
Thank you very much. And kind of building off of the conversation topic of data, I wanted to ask you, Mammut releases a responsibility report annually. So where do you actually get that data? How do you measure it, and how do you make sure that it's all viable?
I mean, this is difficult now to answer after you just said data is boring. I might actually be on your side with this sometimes, but I also have learned that unless we create data and we actually measure where our impact is, there is just no way of knowing where we should be going, right? So I have found this super insightful, just measuring our impact. CO2 is the most obvious. There's obviously other impacts that we have beyond CO2. But once you see where your impact is where you also see the biggest opportunities that arise. So we collate that, yes, in our annual responsibility report. I mean, I thought we had really interesting facts, finding out that 12% of our impact comes from our rope production, which is huge. Like, you know, it's very rarely that is one product that creates such a big chunk of your emissions. And this is then where you can go, okay, let's focus on this, right? This is where we have the biggest, or one of the biggest levers, single impact levers. And if we are able to change something there, we actually can, you know, create impact.
So do you think that there's still a certain importance to data, or like how can we best bring that kind of to the masses, if that makes sense? Is the responsibility report kind of the best way of doing this? Or do you think that, as Jaydeep mentioned, it needs to be kind of simplified in a way?
I definitely don't think it's the best tool to bring it to the masses because it's a 90-page document. I mean, ours is small compared to the bigger corporations. I think it's a very important tool for us, first of all, to set our targets, to make them public, to make it transparent where we're working towards, and then also to measure our progress where we're going. So I think, yes, it's a very important tool. I think there needs to be some standardification, like to kind of be able to compare better overall across corporations. But I think consumer-facing way obviously needs to happen in a very different way, much more kind of accessible, much more easy to understand, because it's that thing where people don't want to talk about sustainability because they're afraid of, saying things wrong or, doing wrong things. So I think it's very important to break it down. In regards to the kind of whole reporting thing, I do find it very interesting, kind of going back to the point you had in the beginning of, before that was sustainability was never a thing. Now I find very interesting, you've always had financial reporting, right? And now regulation is actually changing, and what they used to call a non-financial reporting, which is responsibility reporting, they have realized actually there's a lot of financial impact in responsibility and sustainability topics. So EU regulation is going to change that, and that you actually have to merge the two. So that so-called non-financial responsibility reporting now has to be integrated in your annual financial report. The next few years that will come into place, but I think it shows really well the kind of importance it does have and the importance of the data and the kind of progress reporting.
I think, what I meant was with the data is not that we don't need data, we need as much data as possible, because ultimately when you have data, you know exactly where to work, because data is a great driver for solutions. You can pinpoint which are the areas you work on, but frankly, show of hands, how many of you have read any of the sustainability reports of any of the companies or any of the brands that you love? How many of you have done that? Yep. So that's the point, right? So people don't read all those long reports. They are good pieces of information on the websites. But how many of you remember the score of your favorite football team or basketball team from maybe even a year back from the finals? Couple of hands, right? A lot of hands. So it's about what data, how can you present data in a manner that is more effective? How can you make it more jazzy and at the same time ensure that the consumers know what they are getting into, what they are buying into? And I think the second point around ensuring that the ESG measures are part of the financial reporting is a great step. Because again, I'll take Coca-Cola for example. Now imagine Coca-Cola has a manufacturing plant and they are producing all this wastewater that is impacting the soil downstream of the communities. Do you think Coca-Cola right now, or any ex-company, I'm not targeting Coca-Cola here, but do you think they are, it impacts their profit and loss statement if the soil is getting impacted somewhere downstream? Should they be?
Yes.
Because it costs, imagine the amount of years it will take to restore everything. So I think it's important for the governments and the financial institutions to sort of tell, and even the share markets to tell, that if you have a bad impact on your ESG reports, that should get reported in your overall financial score and your net profit that you're making. And that will eventually also impact your image on the stock market as well. It's not connected right now. So really, you might have a ESG report that's only one page, but you still will be making profits and you still will be going up. But the moment you connect it, then suddenly the game changes.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that.
So, other than that, there isn't much time left for questions, but just one final one on that. Could you explain what greenwashing is to everyone and how we should be aware of it?
Should I go?
Yeah.
I think the fashion industry is great at greenwashing. Greenwashing in essence means, or when a brand portrays themselves as more sustainable than they actually are. In practice, this might look like X brand releasing a collection where they use for the very first time organic cotton. And they praise it as the best thing and the solution to everything. And in doing so, make themselves, in creating maybe a massive campaign around it all, creating a kind of sense of being much more sustainable in their actions than they are overall. So that, in essence, is greenwashing. I guess part of my role is making sure that doesn't happen at Mammut. Because we have so many people working, sometimes things happen and I have to intervene last minute in the marketing department because their wording maybe, it's very subtle sometimes. Sometimes it's much more, you know, kind of crass and obvious, and sometimes it can be in much more subtle ways. But that is also part of, you know, my job, being like, guys, is this really what we're doing? Or actually, should we word it in a different way? Because we do not want to, you know, lie to consumers. We need to be transparent and clear and honest with the work we do.
I think as a society, as humanity, we've often now fallen into the pitfall of thinking that there can be nothing good. You know, if there is something good, it looks too artificial to us, and we start questioning it, which is, I think it's okay to have that attitude, but I think that's where a lot of these greenwashing claims also come in, right? So because imagine if a brand is saying we are trying to do the right thing, there'll be less supporters of that initiative, but more critics. Now, my point is, if somebody is trying to do the right thing, should you encourage them or should you discourage them? But what do we end up doing always? So the idea is that if we can ensure that, you know, it's like this, people who sin are also allowed to come to the church, right? So it's not about keeping people away and saying that just because you are not imagine like an oil company like Shell saying, okay, from tomorrow we are going to do these measures. Now Shell is not going to stop its production. It's a too big a company. There are too many people dependent on it. So it just can't say that, okay, from tomorrow we'll just stop oil extraction. It doesn't work that way. But imagine if it says, okay, we are going to take these 5 measures to ensure that our footprint is reducing. How many of you do think they get positive news for it versus they get a backlash for it? Do they get more positive vibes or do they get backlash? And that's the sad thing, because even if somebody is trying to do the right thing, our tendency is, no, you either do the whole thing or you don't do anything. But the point is, let corporations do, at least let's get them started. At least the intent is there. When the intent is there, then let's look at, you know, you need to have people like Sarah in those companies who ensure that they are doing the right thing and they are following the right intent. So I think it has to be a mix of both. And the intention is for us to encourage companies to at least start doing the right thing, because that's a start. And once the start happens, then only the machine will start moving. Otherwise, if you try to stop things and put a cog in the wheel, things will never move. And we'll always sit on these panels and keep criticizing.
I think it's called green hushing, right? When people don't talk about their sustainability efforts because they're afraid of the backlash they might get.
Well, thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for our own questions, but we're now going to take a short 2-minute break to allow you all to process this information. And like mentioned before, you can submit any questions to the Mentimeter. Otherwise, after the break, we will also come around with a microphone in case any of you would like to ask questions in person. school that you're from.
All right. Fourth row. We're there.
Hello, I'm Everett Johnson, and I'm from the International School of Geneva. I have two questions. Firstly, for you, Sarah. So you work, your role, from what I can tell, is making sure that this company is accountable. Do you ever feel pushback from your own company while you're pursuing this agenda? Working towards making your company better, or these ESG goals?
Hi, and thanks for your question. I think this is our job. First of all, I have to say, never before does it feel like the board and the GM at Mammut feels so kind of in tune with our mission and our goals. So actually, it's never been easier, which is fantastic for our work. And at the same time, I feel like we're the only department that profit isn't our, not our only goal, but like we're the ones that this is not what we look at, kind of thing. So of course there are sometimes discrepancies in our wishes and needs, but having had all our goals and targets signed off in the responsibility area by the board and the management, just paves the way that things actually can happen, and that is fantastic, and I'm really, really pleased about.
Can I actually add to her answer, not coming from the same industry, but I think with ESG, the other thing that has also happened is it's now much more profitable to ensure that you are higher on your metrics of ESG. For example, you might be, as an apparel brand, you might, instead of choosing native cotton or something, you might go into recycled material. And so earlier the sourcing might have been expensive, but now technologies are there are enough companies working on it. So now it's actually cheaper and more profitable to use maybe a recycled piece of material versus going for a fresh material. So when she says, okay, we have to be more sustainable, it also makes business and profit sense as well. So that's where a lot of these, that's why you see the CEOs and the boards are also pushing for more higher on ESG measures and for circular economic sort of development, because it's actually more profitable to be that versus trying to be the business as usual.
Not always the case, but yes, sometimes.
Fantastic answers. Did you have a second question? No.
So my second question is, I think as young people, we feel often that we've been betrayed is a strong word, but that we don't trust corporations that are driven by profit, or we're suspicious of them. And so the question I have is, how can we as young people, trust in corporations to do the right thing rather than relying on, for example, government oversight to regulate this sort of thing?
I reckon it needs both. Oh God, I feel stuck with my. Could you repeat your question? The first part of the question. Sure. The betrayal.
Basically, how can young people trust that corporations are actually willing to engage in these things when you're saying, yes, sometimes it is more profitable to be that, but you were saying, it isn't always the most profitable option. So how can we, trust that you are actually in the interest of the planet?
For us, it obviously helps when the business is healthy, because it means that we have funds to act more responsibly. It does feel like it's a bit, there's like a discrepancy, I think, between the two, with having growth and being more responsible. So I think, we are trying to decouple our growth from our impact, kind of a way of being able to grow and decreasing like our CO2 emissions. But I would argue that we do still need regulation. I think they sometimes come, or they lag behind. Sometimes they come into place and we're like, well, we're already doing this. And often with a lot of EU regulation that's coming into place, they're a great driver for businesses to change, because when it's a law, when it's, you know, a regulation, you will adhere, because otherwise you get fined. I'm not sure whether I fully answer your question, but I do think it's the balance of both, and I think we do need healthy businesses enabled to create also, you know, responsible business.
That, and I think the data part, like I said, if you're really concerned about some companies, you can always look up the data and you can send them an email, and it could be on behalf like of a student body that, you know, we saw your reports, we are not really happy with this. You can get, so it's, you know, social media is a great tool. You have activism, and then you have the government. So it's not like one approach is going to solve it. It's a multi-pronged approach. But the idea is if you have the right intent, you'll pull in all the levers to ensure that you make companies more accountable.
Yeah. At the front row here.
Hello, my name is Yusuf, and my question was, there are companies worldwide, such as Patagonia, that pledge 1% of their sales to preservation and restoration of the planet. Do you guys believe that companies need to implement such policies in order to reply to their social responsibilities?
I don't think it's a one solution. I think it can be part of a solution to drive change. I mean, I think really you need to look internally in order to drive change. Look at your supply chain. For us, it's, you know, where our raw material comes from, how it's being processed, how it's being dyed or undyed. So I think that's where you have the biggest impact, because 1%, as it says, is 1%, right? It's only a tiny fraction of the overall thing. So personally, I'm much more an advocate for driving the change within your actual supply chain or value chain, yeah.
I think it's a mix of both. So one is for companies to look at how they can decarbonize or improve their existing processes and value chains. How can they make them more efficient? And the second part then is to what is the impact you're having on communities. So because if you look at ESG, it's environmental, social, and governance. So when you talk about social, the communities that you're working with, you might have a manufacturing setup somewhere, you are working with communities where your products are being sold. So how are you impacting those communities? And that's the second part in the overall scheme of things. And then the governance part as well. You know, we're not talking really about governance, but do you have the right processes in place? Do you have the right, you know, are your employees protected? Because ESG also means that the people who are working for these corporations, are they empowered in the right manner? Can they express their views? Can they work freely in that environment? Are there enough diversity and inclusion measures in place? So I think it's a mix of everything. And frankly, it's like she said, that it's not like one single approach that's going to work.
So, green T-shirt, second row. Yeah.
Right, I am actually from this school, and I want to preface this question by saying I'm not a pessimist. I just love the free market, and this question is for whoever can answer it. Wouldn't companies automatically try to reduce negative externalities to maintain their image, market size, and future aspirations? In the Coke example, the negative externality of bad water downstream means less healthy people, which means less disposable income to those people, which means they drink less Coke. So that's bad for Coke. If the news badmouths Coke, that's also bad for Coke and their share. If Coke wants a factory downstream, now it's bad for Coke because it's bad water downstream. So at the end of the day, doesn't everything boil down to the company's interests and their profit goals? And a freer market would ensure that they could do that better.
Do you want to start?
Yes and no. I think it's what's been happening for the last, since the industrialization, and I think it has proven that often this doesn't work that way. It's often easier to look away, is often easier to move away from somewhere you have created damage, and not take responsibility for the actions you have caused in the local communities, in the local areas where you have been producing and creating negative impact. So I would argue, yeah, not as simple as that, and that we do need regulation and watchful eyes. I think NGOs are super important in this space as well, like checking our, on our, or being on their toes, watching us, what we do. So I don't think this is the only simple answer.
That, and I think, building on that, it's, the information travels much faster in today's day and age versus the time earlier. So earlier you might get away with a lot of things, people would not know about it. Now, if someone is being impacted, they can just go to social media, post about it, everyone gets to know, and it immediately impacts the overall stock performance of these companies. So I think it's about the information accessibility, which has dramatically improved. Now you even have anything that's happening in one corner of the world can impact, you can influence those decisions also. So I think that has played a major role in companies realizing that they need to transition to doing the right thing, because tomorrow, like I said again, if there's a news that the company is not doing the right thing, it immediately impacts a lot of their metrics.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. All right. Grace, third row there.
So I'm from Geneva, IRL. To what extent does a commitment to sustainability impact a company's ability to attract and retain top talent?
I guess it depends on your values, but I would argue and hope massively.
Same. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Okay, let's do one thing. Ask yourself, you have two companies, one that's really not sustainable, great profits, you have a great role there, versus a company that you know is truly committed to sustainability and it's a great working environment. So again, I'll come to the three parts of it, right? So it has great commitment to environment, it has great commitment to the communities, and it has a great working environment. Where would you prefer working? So that's how everyone is looking at it right now. So if you are really good at it, you will attract top talent. If you're not good, you're going to miss out on talent.
Right. So
there are too many heads being cut off.
Yeah. That's all the time we have now for this session. So please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists for their fantastic. I hope everyone got their answers one way or another, but if you have any questions directly for the panelists, feel free to approach them after the session ends. However, be mindful of the time as the next session starts in 20 minutes. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
we go. Ready? The circular economy is, oh, it's the video first? Oh, my bad.
If we accept that the living world's cyclical model works, can we change our way of thinking so that we too operate a circular economy? What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? Instead of the throwaway and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one.
The circular economy is gaining momentum globally as a crucial approach to achieving sustainable economic growth while protecting the environment. It aims to eliminate waste by keeping products and materials in use through repair, reuse, and recycling. Today, we have gathered exceptional leaders who are pioneering circular innovations across communities worldwide. They will share transformative stories and insights into how circular principles can enable economic prosperity while restoring ecological balance. We'll discuss practical strategies for cities, businesses, and individuals to meaningfully incorporate circular principles. And we'll explore what strategies and technologies are effective in accelerating this transition. Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie Meeks, and I'm a senior here at ISL and a proud member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you all to the Circular Economy panel as part of YFS 2024. I'm excited to introduce today's panelists. To my left is Salma Melissa Mohammadian, who is a global shaper and activist who is a leader in the Scale 360 Circular Innovation Borrelia Project, working to make cities sustainable for both ecology and the economy. She is a global leader in accelerating our world's transition to a more sustainable future. Next, we have Jadit Bansal, who is CEO of Global Himalayan Expedition Impact Ventures, an award-winning social enterprise working to bring sustainable development to the most remote communities of India. To date, GHE has brought development to more than 500,000 people across India. And last, but certainly not least, is Kulan Berger, who is a part of My Blue Planet. Having worked on Team Climate Lab, she worked to turn climate knowledge into real climate action right here in Switzerland. Kulan is now Regional Director of Romand, working to scale as many sustainability projects as possible. And she is also now the National Coordinator for the Climate Reality Project, founded by Al Gore. Now let's get into circular economy. To start this panel, we'll have 25 minutes where the panelists will answer questions that I prepared and we can discuss them openly, with the remaining time allotted to you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the panel. If you have any questions throughout this session, you may get out your phone and type it into the Mentimeter code, which should be on screen shortly. At this point, you can send in any question and we should be able to get to them in the second half. You will also have the chance to raise your hand and we can ask questions in person. Now to start, the first question I have is for the whole panel. Why do you think the transition to a circular economy is crucial? And what are the key benefits that it would have for both the environment and the economy? Salma, do you want to start?
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Salma. Nice to meet you all. And thank you for having me here today. And to my panelists also. Well, for me, circular economy, I think, is the key for a lot of issues that we haven't been able to find the solution. Circular economy, which I love, is because I am a business management and I also love sustainability. And for someone who believe that we don't coexist in a world, because I love businesses, but I also want to help the environment. So for me, circular economy gives me that. I can work on a business model, but also scale it so that I could be more inclusive about sustainability and also taking care of the planet, which is, I think, is very important right now in this era and also for the future. And I think that will be it.
What do you think, Jadip? Is there anything that's like the key benefits that strike you?
Yeah, I think let me give you an example. How many of you have a phone? All of you? Great. How many of you wish that after 2 or 3 years, when these phone companies continue to upgrade the software to such an extent that the phone does not work, that you could have just changed maybe a couple of components and the phone would be back working again instead of buying a new phone?
Mm-hmm.
So you see, there's a lot of acceptance for circular economic models right here, because our evolution, as we would like to call it, has always been buy and throw. Consume and throw.
Yeah.
Now, while that kept working from the early 1900s to the whole 2000s and even today, what we did not realize is or we were very slow in realizing that the whole buy and the consumption and throwing pattern was impacting one thing a lot. What was that one thing?
Environment.
The planet.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more the humanity consumes and throws, the more we are polluting our local ecosystem, our rivers, our lakes, our any place that you can think of, it is being polluted. And so that's where the pull for the circular economic models comes into picture, where the idea is, can you still maybe consume less, consume more efficiently, and then third, whatever you're consuming, can you ensure minimal things go to waste and as much as possible can be upcycled? And so that's the brief that I would like to start with, and then we can dive deeper.
Thank you very much. I think you covered most of the topics around circular economy that I find really important. And I think to wrap it up, really what's important is responsible consumption. And circular economy is all about responsible consumption, from the consumer to the supplier to everyone in the room, from individuals to companies and to the state, on how we consume. And I think it's a very important topic globally. But even in Switzerland, if you look at our sustainability or circular report, we are around 8% today. And how do we double that size? All the solutions are around how we consume. So I'm happy to be here on this very topic. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of the idea is about we're on this planet, and it's, nature doesn't know what trash is. There's no concept of trash for nature, and yet we've created it just so that we can kind of ruin it. So for my next question, Salma, as a leader in the Circular Innovation Moralia Project, could you tell us a bit about the project and maybe share a specific success story or initiative that highlights the impact of circular innovation?
Okay, so about the trash world, I would say, for instance, if you want to be more involved in circular economy, I would say that get rid of the trash world, even though we have it a lot, and talk about more solid waste, solid resources. I think that's the world. Just to stop seeing the trash as a trash and see it as a valued product or material could change the perspective that you have on the product. And Scale 360 is a program which was created with Emiratos Árabes, how did you say it?
Not sure.
Emirates, yeah, sorry. Which was, we partnered with the World Economic Forum. We was creating about circular innovation ecosystems around the world. It's a playbook which learns you and show you how to implement interventions around the world in your industry, schools, private sector, so that they could be more aware of circular innovation. I love one part of circular innovation, and I will ask you, how many R's have you learned in your school? Recycling? 3? Really? 4? Okay. And do you know that we have 10 right now and probably 11, if that's approved? We have 10 R's right now in the world. So it's more about reimagine, rebuilding, reuse, and the last one is recycling. And so for more of a, like for us, recycling is circular economy, recycling, because we have that in our minds. But recycling It starts in our 70s. And now we are doing circular economy, which is very different than recycling. Of course, some countries doesn't have recycling yet even planned, so that's another issue. But circular economy is more about the innovation that you give to products and materials so that you can keep them in the value chain. So for us, it's more about if you use sweater, if you use an iPhone, and if you use products, you can use them in other ways around next time. And for that, I will bring you some examples that I'm gonna pass over you. This notebook was the material of the trash, well, solid waste package that you use when you drink milk or when you drink juice. This is one of the results of recycling that material. What was the problem with that material? At first, like 10 years ago, it was the devil in person because it has plastic, aluminum, and also paper. It was 3 materials in one package, just to you drink safely milk. And obviously, it was a campaign against that product, so the companies started doing something about it because, of course, it's not money for them. So they started inventing new ways, and that's innovation, so that they can reuse the product that we put in trash like 20 minutes before we drink it, after we drink it. So they come up with these type of materials. They come up with a lot of pathways so that you can work with the same material. We have pencils, and there's a lot of things that we innovate in Mexico based on these products. So I will pass them to see this product if you can help me. Yeah, thank you. So you could see what products we can make based on product that we think that is waste, but now you have the new word, which is solid resources. And I think that would be it. Scale 360 show us that. Scale 360 help us develop that project, because for circular economy, you need to be aware that you need everyone to accomplish that. You need private sector, public sector, and society also be aware of the conditions. For instance, in Mexico, and I don't know in your countries, my government owns trash. So even though companies want to do something about their waste, they can, because governments own the trash. So they need to work with governments first so that they can have the permission to give out of the landfill their products to make a recycling process and new materials. So for me, it's not about a fight that we have, because sometimes we used to be, if you're a sustainability leader, you can be on the same room as a business leader, or you can be in the politician table. But as circular economy leaders, we need to be on all the sectors so that we can create circularity around our world and around our industries and society as well.
Do you guys have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, thank you very much. And I think circularity can look quite different from country to country. So I'm originally from Mongolia, I grew up in Singapore, and now I'm in Switzerland. So when it comes to circular economy, it looks really, really different from these 3 countries. From what I understand, in Switzerland, there is quite a bit of effort in optimizing recycling and using of renewable energy. But then over the years, we really don't see the consumption change, and it only grows and grows. So to me, it seems to be clear that we need more effort in reduction, in really thinking critically before we choose the suppliers, we choose what to buy and to buy from where. So this is an area that I'd like to really highlight at the very top of the circular economy model. Mm-hmm.
I think if you really want some examples, Denmark is really doing great in terms of creating circular economic models, whether it's around upcycling of the PET bottles or any new construction that's happening. There's a mandate that 90% of it should be able to be reused at the end of the life. So you have some countries that have taken the lead. There are some that are still stumbling, but end of the day, it's us as consumers as to how we approach circularity. Again, I'll ask all of you a question is, we all love to wear nice clothes. What do you do when the when you stop loving the jeans that you have or the jacket that you have, what do? Do you just throw it in trash, or does it always stay there and you're always confused as to what to do? Or are you very clear as to where the second life of that product is going to go? How many are clear with the second life?
Donate.
How many of you throw it in the trash? It's okay to raise hands. Thank you for the
Yes, because they're in the back.
And so it's about really understanding. So, you know, sometimes when we think about these topics, ESG, sustainability, circular economy, we think it's the government's role to fix things. We think it's the companies that are supposed to fix it. But frankly, it's us as consumers that are going to fix a lot of these things. And a lot of this second life concept is now picking up even in developing countries like India and Africa as well, where people realize that after, for example, I have a 3-year-old daughter. Now, children grow very fast. And so, you know, you love to dress them up nicely, but then what you realize is after 2 months, that clothes does not work anymore because they've outgrown it. And so there's a lot of parents like me who've realized that, you know, there's so many of these baby clothes that we have that are not being used anymore, and they're typically, they've not even been worn enough. So now, the idea is, can we sort of then create a second life for them? So for parents who are now coming up, the clothes can be repurposed and they can be provided to them. And while we also try to buy more repurposed clothes. So I think the demand that you can have, the influence that you can have as consumers can really influence a lot of these companies to also come up with more innovative ways of being circular. And you know, the time for action, like I was telling yesterday to someone, the time for action is always now.
Yeah.
So you don't have to wait for someone to tell you or like give you like this lightning bolt movement that from tomorrow you'll be circular. You can start now, look at the things that you have and see how can you make be more circular in the choices that you make.
I think WWF, they also did a study whereby they looked into individuals in Switzerland, and roughly speaking, we have around 180 items in our wardrobe, yet around 40% are almost never used or used once every year. And so the place to start is in our wardrobes. And I think the question is, how do we make luxury or consumption, responsible consumption, somewhat sexy for the new generation, so that it's no longer that we can't afford it, or it's not something that's, it's only the ecolos who do it, but it's something that's a new movement that's accepted by everyone. I think that's an interesting question to have as well.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think a lot of the times we feel as consumers we don't have the power to do anything in terms of like shifting a market, but not everyone needs to shift to make the market switch. Like for example, with Tesla as an example, while Tesla didn't have a huge share of the car market, it only took them getting to a certain percentage, I think it was like somewhere between 15 and 20%, before all the other car manufacturers needed to switch to making electric vehicles as well, because it was cutting into their profits. So, for the whole panel again, in your view, what are the biggest challenges or obstacles hindering the widespread adoption of circular economy principles, and how do you think that these could be overcome?
For me, it's people. I mean, because and I know all of my coworkers also talk to different sectors. It's so funny that the consumer is, the company is the bad one here. I'm not the bad one. And you go with the companies and it's, the consumer doesn't have the energy or doesn't even think about the ideas and the solution that I'm giving so that it's not waste. And the politicians are like, the companies and the consumers. So everyone is only put the blame in others. So when we come together and we talk about it, okay, the issue is this one, I don't care who fault it is, but how can we going to coordinate this and create a co-working workshop so that we can implement new ideas? So that's why when people realize the part of the blame that they have in the circularity, and also about the consumers, we have the power, and I think sometimes we don't understand that. And for me, it was like the companies are they are doing the pollution in our industries. They have this ocean full with plastic island in the ocean. But it's our fault. I mean, we consume the product even though we know it's bad for the planet and it's bad for us, first of all. So for me, it's more about that we are aware of the power that we have as a consumers and also have the power to implement circularity in companies, because we demand it to have those products, materials, and all that stuff, but because we don't do it, they won't change. So for me, it's about if you feel like something is not right for your principle and values as consumer, don't do it. I think that would be the first solution, and to see how you can help companies to implement these type of workshops and these type of ideas in their own atmosphere.
What do you guys think the biggest obstacles to circular economy principles being adopted are?
I think the biggest obstacles are basically the, okay, let me look at it from a more optimistic lens. There used to be a lot of obstacles, but now it's making more and more business sense. You know, typically companies have always been the use and throw, you know, it was always profits. We were discussing in the last panel, it was always about profitability. But now a lot of the companies, because of the ESG reportings, because of the governance structures that are being put in, and the metrics on sustainability, for companies that is now making more and more business sense to be more circular. Because that allows them to use lesser resources, still continue to produce, but are able to sort of also ensure that it does not hit their bottom line. So it is making more and more sense for companies to become circular. For example, you might have these large cement industry. So the cement industry is one of the big movers on circular economic models, because now they are using their repurposed cement and blending it into making new cement. And so for them, it started as a circular model, but it also made financial sense because it's cheaper to blend the cement versus make something new. Less energy consumption, and you are just, you know, it also looks good on your sustainability reports as well, right? But end of the day, it's also good for your profitability. So, and even for the clothing industry, for example, because clothing is, I think, you know, 10% of the carbon emissions of the globe. So imagine if you have, you know, one of the shoe brands saying, oh, we use plastic waste to make this shoe. Would it appeal to you to buy that shoe? If you are in the market and if you're looking for a new shoe, and if you know that there is something positive that has been done by the company, you would, the intention is, the nudge is that you would want to buy that. So it's about really understanding. The companies also realize that the consumers are demanding it. And lastly, you know, one thing, when you talked about people demanding, I failed to understand, you know, you come from Mexico, I come from India, I failed to understand why people in Europe use plastic water bottles. You have the world's most best water filtration systems, the municipality cleans it, your tap water is drinkable, yet you go to all these Coop and Migros and it's just filled with bottled water. I can't wrap my head around it. I'm sure, I hope you guys would, but I think it's about the choices that we make and understanding, creating awareness, and ensuring that A, we stop consuming stuff that does not that is really not viable in the first place, and then second, if we are consuming, it is part of a circular model.
Lonnie, anything you want to say?
Yes, and I think to add on to your points, it's all about perhaps change management. And the change has to come within the process. I think at the end of the line, we can say, oh, you know, we buy these plastic bottles because it's just convenient. So I think I would really kind of encourage all of us to think about how this change can come about, really from the consumer side, or if we are the decision makers in the companies, to see where we can change the process of things so we can also make it accessible for everyone to be sustainable. And I think I really like your example in the building sector, that it's a positive outlook because they are the biggest consumers beyond clothing and so on in global emissions, and they're now spearheading this change. And I think it comes back to us now, today as consumers, but tomorrow as decision makers, to choose the right solutions for the problems of tomorrow.
I think that was really well said. So we have time for one more question before we'll switch to audience questions. So the question is, for audience members looking to make a difference, what practical steps or actions can they take to contribute to a more sustainable or circular future?
I would say that you have the power of the information right now on the topic circular economy. Not all the companies know about the concept of circularity and innovation also, they don't know. So for me, it's about you guys as youth has the power to show them how to do things different. Even though it's the same process, but with different materials. Even you want to have this beautiful park, but you can make a sustainable park with materials that you look up in the internet, and you say like, oh, we need some tons of this material so that this company can recycle it and make this product, so we are gonna do that project, and show companies how we could create more sustainability industries around our city and around the industry. For me, it's about, if you like the concept, if you like sustainability, just learn about it and show companies and show the government how can you implement it and not change all the value chain, because sometimes they're like, oh, sustainability is going to forbid me to do something that I'm making profits. But actually it's the opposite. Actually, you know that something that we believed was trash, it's worth money, and it could be another thing. So for business, they're like, oh my God, it's a goal I never seen. I miss it so much, so many years. So you have the power to make those actions as young people, and I will encourage you to start to implement this concept in your life. Start with you, put your recycling containers in your house to see how much do you create about solid resources in your house, which going to be mind-blowing for some of you, because we are used to take the trash each week, each day, someone take it away. So when you have like 50 days or a month with your trash in your house, you see the reality of your lifestyle, and you see how could you change or implement new things in your lifestyle. So that will be my advice.
Claude or Jadip?
I think I read this saying somewhere, someone's waste is another person's treasure.
Yeah.
So what you might think is waste might be a treasure for someone else. So it really starts from self, and I think we talked about it initially also. Look at your own lifestyle. Look at, often when we think about sustainability and climate and everything, we think we want to make a dent in the world. So it's not about really making a dent in the world or really impacting like 1 billion lives immediately. It starts from yourself. First, improve your own choices that you make. Influence the family around you, because that's already like 10, 15 people that you are impacting directly with your sort of determination. And then look at your community, your school, and your cities. I think if you can do that, that's a huge shift already that you are convincing people to do. I'll give you an example. One of my friends from Netherlands, what he did was he took this saying too much to his heart, that someone's waste is another's treasure. He started looking at a lot of the companies, like the pharma and the consumer good companies. They have a lot of waste that gets produced. And then he, being a scientist, he looked at where that waste can be used for which other industry. So now he has a company where what he's doing is simply mapping the waste that is produced from the companies, from their manufacturing plants, and providing it to the companies that are using it as a raw material. And so that is creating a win-win scenario for both the companies that are producing the waste, because they are not sending it to landfills, it is being upcycled. For the companies that are now getting their raw material at a much cheaper rate, because essentially it was waste for someone else, and now he's able to do this now.
That's a perfect example. Gulan, do you have anything else?
While you were talking, it reminded me of a student project from EHL, whereby the students, they realized that hotels and restaurants, there's a lot of bio-waste. So what they did was they collected this bio-waste, and also to throw your bio-waste in Switzerland, there's a cost to it. So they collect it for free, and then they turn it into alcohol, and they sell it back to the hotels. Anyways, they need alcohol, and I think this is one of the creative ways that I see circular economy concept being utilized. And like all the other concepts, it's an ecosystem, and I think I would really like to bring across that some problems are more complex than others, and to really understand how the ecosystem looks like, and to understand that also one small impact could be the trigger for different things within this ecosystem to be more circular.
Awesome. So that is all the time we have for my questions that I prepared. So we're now going to take a 2-minute break where you guys can process this information as well as ask any final questions to the Mentimeter before we go back to audience questions. Fortunately, the Mentimeter is down for the moment. So any questions that may have been sent there aren't going to work. So unfortunately, we're just going to do live questions. So if you have a question you'd like to ask, please raise your hand. And if you're called on, please stand up, state your name, your school, followed by your question. Is there any questions we have? Back in the red. Sorry, there's a mic.
Hi, my name is Mayreen. I'm from Mexico City. I attend to La Garenne in Switzerland, and I've got a question. So, fast fashion is responsible for 10% of global carbon emissions. So how does that affect what you stand for in circular economy, and how does it affect fast fashion to the movements you're trying to make with circular economy?
Does anyone have something they'd like to start with?
Yeah, I think ultimately, who's the consumer of fast fashion? So, the answer lies there, because the next time you cross that H&M store and you find that 50% sale off, will you walk in? Or will you continue to walk your own path? So I think that's where the transition needs to happen. And I'm not saying it's only the consumers. Of course, the companies are also realizing this. Earlier, there was no awareness of fast fashion. And I think that's where data plays a critical role. So as more and more we are getting to know the data, we are getting to know the impact of our choices on the planet, then it's making us as consumers also more aware. Now everybody knows that fast fashion is 10%, fashion is 10%. So that's been drilled down to everyone. And so next time you make a choice, we had Sarah here from Mammoth, and we were discussing that the clothing that Patagonia, Mammoth, and all these people make, they last for years. I mean, I know, because I work in the Himalayas, that there are some people that came on a trek, they had a jacket maybe that was 5 years old, they gave it to the guides. Now the guides have been wearing it for 6 more years in those tough conditions. So piece of cloth that lasts 11 years speaks volume of the quality that has gone into making it. And then, but the point is that same piece of cloth that is going to only last 6 months or a year is going to consume more or less the same water and the same environmental resources. So it's the choices that we make in terms of how we want to turn over our clothing wardrobe. And also, once we have the data, then we can demand the right action from these companies. And these companies are also realizing it. That's why you see every time you go into these stores, there's like, if you have old clothes, please give it back. We'll give you some discount or something. So it's about making the right choices. But imagine 8 billion people on the planet doing the right thing. Imagine the impact that can have versus 8 billion people continuing to do business as usual. So instead of asking companies, I think consumers have a lot of power.
I was really interested in this question because we know the impact. We know fast fashion is not so right. So why do we do it? So one thing that we did in a small team was to go to these fast fashion stores and to interview people on why they are there that day. This was in Zurich. And actually what we found was a lot of the time they were just passing time. They were with a family member, they were with a friend, they were after work, after school, just passing by. So I think it's also, it goes beyond consumption and on our value system on how we spend our time. And this spending time could also be kind of redirected to giving or being in different community environments, and perhaps this is something companies or the state can enable a bit more so that we can consume not in stores but perhaps in different forms of consumption.
Is there any other questions? You in the front.
Hi, I'm Finn. I'm from the École d'Humanité in Switzerland, and I just have a question because, for example, I have extreme luck and privilege to have clothes that have existed for 30 years and will probably outlast my lifetime. But in the circular economy, how does that affect people who do not have that economic privilege of being able to afford clothes that will last these years, like Mammut, Patagonia, and then all other brands are high quality, cost so much money. So how can the circular economy deliver for people who do not have that money to invest?
I will say I will recommend you to look up the mountain of clothes that it's in Africa, about good clothes, Levi's and all the stuff that people assume and donate because, oh, I'm privileged and they don't have, but they don't know what to do with so much clothes that it's on mountains right now. Because it's a lot. I mean, we have a lot of clothes, we have a lot of industry, fast fashion, and fashion, it's always been complicated about that. But for me, it's not about who has most privilege to buy something, it's about how do we use it and how do we make their life longer in the planet, for instance. I would think it would be more about that and no more about donations and all that stuff, or how can I make another one privileged enough to have the clothes, because sometimes we do that, but at the end, it's a mountain of clothes right now in the middle of Africa that they don't even know what to do with it because we donate so much. That's another issue back then.
I think, let me talk about myself. So I am someone who will not be able to afford a Patagonia or a Mammut jacket. They're too expensive, right? But that does not mean that you cannot buy any other thing that's not going to last. I mean, this T-shirt is 10 years old. It's not that expensive. It was maybe like, in India, it costed me 15 francs when I bought it 10 years back. It still looks good, works good. At least that's what I think. But I think the idea is that it's not about just buying expensive brands. It's about understanding what your needs are. Do you really need that new piece of cloth that your friend is wearing? But is that really your need? So understanding your needs, looking at your wardrobe, do you have enough? And like she said, you know, people just wear a clothing item once a year, they'll still have it and they'll still buy more of the same kind and it'll just be there. So it's about understanding what works for you and making those choices. When it comes to the communities, then you also partner with NGOs as well. So for example, in India, there's this brilliant non-profit organization called Goonj. Goonj means an echo. So what they've done is, instead of, so for example, there are a lot of people who cannot afford clothing. They are so poor. Now, you have these people in the cities that have these clothes that they want to donate. So instead of just giving clothing to the people, they make them work for rural development project. For example, they'll say, if you guys want clothing, so instead of money, giving them money for work, the clothing has become a money. So if you, for example, build an approach road to your village, or if you build a water harvesting dam for your village, we will pay you not by money, but by bringing you clothing that has been repurposed, recycled, refurbished, and looks as good as new. So those are great ideas that are out there, and there are many such NGOs. So like I said, it's not just the consumer has to do it, the companies has to do it, you have the social enterprises coming in, the governments will play a role. So it's a multi-pronged approach versus just one person saying, okay, I will fix the world. It doesn't work that way.
Sadly.
Any other questions?
You scold when you ask them, right? Like,
What?
Any other questions?
Hope not. You, sir, in the back there.
I'm Nicola from ICS, and we keep discussing how the circular economy can deliver, but what if the circular economy can't actually deliver? What happens then?
Well, that's the ideal scenario if it can deliver. Today, I think in a developed country like Switzerland, it's at 8%, so we're still quite a far away from it being able to deliver. And a lot of it still lies on the consumer side and on the supplier side. I would very much hope that we can get up to speed.
I will say that probably it won't be delivered the same way in Switzerland that in Mexico or India, but it's approachable to your scenario and atmosphere. For instance, Denmark is a great example of circular economy. It's so much amazing that when you try to implement that in countries like Mexico, you won't be able to do that because we have a lot of competition, we have a lot of companies doing the same products, that it's impossible to create circularity or just one circularity in the whole country or state for us. So our minds, it's more about, okay, some country based on their studies that is more small, and they just have one industry about energy, one industry about water. It's more easy to implement the perfect circular economy, but in countries like Mexico, it's more about your clients, consumer, your actors, obviously your materials, more about your family, what it's like your allies and actors in your lifestyle and in your company to make them circular with me. It's more about that instead of making the whole country circular, because it won't be able to do the perfect circularity in countries like that. So it's more about your scenarios or your hometowns or your, it's more scalable, I think, to bigger countries or scalable in bigger companies. I think that will be the approach of circular economy.
And I think, for any change to come about, community engagement is really a huge part. Alone, sometimes we feel like, okay, if I buy secondhand, what would that do? But then if you have a whole community doing it, it makes a difference. And so it's really about encouraging the people around you to consume responsibly so that it can happen.
That, and I think it's also, I agree to your point, right? So every country will have a different context to it. But I think what you see is some industries have already led the path. So one is an industry-wide adoption. For example, cement is a great example. What started in the developed part of the world is also now being used by cement companies even in India, because they find business sense in it. So sometimes you'll have the developed part of the world taking lead in some of these models, implementing them, ensuring how it works, and that becomes a template for the governments in India or the companies in India to also implement it. So it will, or it could be the other way around it as well. So you might have something that works really well in India, and that's where there's no longer information asymmetry that exists. Earlier that was the case, right? So people did not even know what circular economy is and how our planet is being destroyed. But now, because there are so many documentaries, there are so many reports out there, that all of us know that what's the real scenario. And frankly, And give you an example, right? So Boeing had a fiasco with the door opening up on their 737 MAX, right? How many of you got to know it instantly, the moment it happened? It was on the news feed and everything. And what was the first thing that happened with Boeing? What fell? The share price just fell, more than 10%, I think. So the information is available. And so for any company now, if they are not doing the right thing, if they are doing something that's not good for the planet, and if it comes out in the news, in the market, they know that it's going to impact their business, their bottom line, and their stock price. So the information is out there, and that's going to play a huge role in playing a level playing field.
So we're running out of time, but I really hope that this session has given you guys some ideas in how we can innovate, because every situation is going to be different. So it's really the creativity that our generation needs to bring in the next couple of years. Can you all please join me in thanking our panelists, Jaideep, Saul, and Kulan, for making the effort.
Thank you.
Now, the next session is session number 4. You can find out where to go on the back of your lanyard if you don't have lunch. We can spend the next couple minutes. If you have any questions, you can come up to the panelists to ask them. Thank you and have a great day.
We work hard, hard, hard every day to move it forward, and we don't want to go backwards. We're not going to go back.
Celebrating female empowerment.
Women are not even accepted as human beings. They are treated with injustice and inequality.
I am reaching out to you because we need your help. We want to end gender inequality. And to do this, we need everyone involved.
For too long, women have not been heard or believed.
And the problem is this: women are not making it to the top of any profession anywhere in the world.
In the corporate world, women's representation in leadership roles remains a critical issue. With only 29% of senior management positions held by women globally, the disparity is evident. Sheryl Sandberg, COO of Facebook, insightfully remarked, "In the future, there will be no female leaders. There will just be leaders." Despite the underrepresentation, as highlighted in the 2022 McKinsey report, progress is being made. The percentage of women CEOs in Fortune 500 companies, for example, reached a record high in 2021. Reflecting on the words of Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo, the question isn't who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. The journey towards true equality, however, is still a work in progress. To achieve a more equitable corporate landscape, it's imperative to address systemic biases and create an environment where women's talents are both recognized and nurtured. And that's what we're going to do today. Hello, my name is Shriti Gotedi, and I'm a junior here at ISL, as well as a proud member of the YFS series team. And I would like to welcome you all to the Women Empowerment Panel, Breaking the Glass Ceiling. Joining me today for this session, I'm honored to welcome all the way at the end, Shrishti Gupta Narasimhan. Occupying multiple global leadership roles for 15 plus years, Dr. Gupta has been crucial in supporting biopharmaceutical companies, engaging with entrepreneurs on Norskin, being on the board of Idorsia, a Swiss pharmaceutical company, and having directed multiple programs at McKinsey, such as the Alumni Network and being director for global programs. And if that wasn't enough, she also worked as a physician to aid in HIV and AIDS, malaria, and other diseases to ensure public health and safety. I'm also proud to welcome Marion Leslie, sitting in the middle. Being the head of financial information and an executive board member at SIX, the company responsible for providing services for the Swiss Financial Center, she marked herself on a global scale. Additionally, she was included in the Women's Leaders List 2021 and named one of the 100 most influential women in Europe Financial News. The last speaker joining us today, sitting right next to me, is Renata Penchova. She is a youth enthusiast and activist who is also the co-founder of a local NGO, Further Together. In addition to this, she works as a professor of Macedonian literature at Beijing Foreign Studies University and is a current curator of a Global Shaper Hub, a World Economic Forum initiative. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions that I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the panel. If you'd like to ask a question at any point, please send them to the following code on the Mentimeter, as seen on either one of the boards. So, let's begin. The first question I would like to address to all of you. As leaders in your respective fields, what inspired you to pursue your career paths? Shrishti, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Shruti. Thank you for the question. I often say that my career path has sort of made more sense in retrospect. So it's made sense in the rearview mirror than it really was something I was doing forward looking. And as Shruti mentioned, I started off, I was a biochem major as an undergrad. I decided to go to med school. I thought I was going to be a research scientist. I wound up somehow as a consultant at McKinsey, which I did for about 18 years. And now I'm on a few boards, in the biotech sector and in the nonprofit sector. And I don't think at any point in time, if you had asked me 2 years prior to that point, would you see yourself doing that role? I would have had even any idea that that was possible or that was going to be what I was going to be doing. But I think the thing that has been true is that anytime something sort of popped in front of me, I had a set of rules, like a set of operating rules for myself. And I said, is it with good people? Is it with doing good work? Does it work for my family unit, for my partner? Like, is it something that's like gonna make us happy together? And if it met most of the criteria, I kind of jumped in. But the career path that I was on, I think, is more of a, I would say it was a bit of a random walk. And like, now I'm here. But I kept my guiding principles the same the whole time.
Marion, you have anything to add on to that?
It's actually very similar in that I started off, I really liked doing languages at school, so I wanted to do those at university as well, and my only goal really was I want to get fluent in French and German, but I didn't really know what I was going to do with that. And one day I was walking down the high street and there was a billboard and it said linguists wanted, which kind of never happens in the UK. So I went in and they were hiring Reuters, the news agency, the information services provider was hiring linguists. And so my very first job was a data analyst, and I was phoning Swiss banks asking them about their bond issuance, which was totally random. They taught me about financial markets, but I brought the language skills. But no one ever grows up, I mean, maybe they do now, data science is really cool, but back then no one grew up wanting to be in data. And so I didn't actually spend my life planning to be in the role that I am now, but actually the steps, and it sort of echoes your points really, now make sense. But it was always about, well, I'm doing what I'm doing now because I'm really interested and I think I'm doing it well and I want to learn more about that. And then each time there's something that comes along. I think it's great to have a plan, but I think you should abandon it the minute something more interesting comes along that you hadn't thought of.
Renata, you?
First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. It is my honor to be together here on the stage with this successful woman. With my experience in the 25 years old, I would really say about myself that I was always the first one who was ready to break the barriers and the things, not to just be in the framework that was, okay, you're a girl and you need to do that. So from very young age, I was part of these NGOs, in the non-profit organizations, in different youth movements where I really found myself, and I was there because I was believing in the values. It was like regarding climate change, regarding different youth engagement, human rights. I was ready to give 100% of myself, not just for my personal satisfaction, but just for the community. Because I'm coming from a very small city in Macedonia, and after that I went to Skopje, the capital of Macedonia, to continue with my formal education. I had different experiences to be in 4 European universities with huge exchanges like student semesters, and through all of this academic, let's say, experience, sometimes you face with this kind of maybe challenges and asking yourself what I really want to do. And now I ended up to be like the youngest lecturer of Macedonian language, the Beijing Foreign Studies University. Actually, this is the first department opened there, and from my university they decided to send me and to teach there. So I think it was maybe the biggest success for me, and the aim that what I'm doing, I'm really doing because I love it, I have the passion, and I believe in that. And I believe that it's totally normal during our career path to change our professions, because as Oscar Wilde said, like, if you just ended up at the point that you feel that you gave everything from yourself, it's okay to change the direction, because now we live in the world where we have so many opportunities, and sometimes we feel like is it the right thing that I'm choosing right now? And we always face with different decisions. And until now, I had also this kind of overthinking process. But I would really say that I'm satisfied with what I'm doing and that I will continue to do, because I really believe that everything depends on us, how we will create our career path, and not to be in the framework what the society will say, that you need to do that and it's enough for you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's very important to educate and tell people that the fact that what they're learning now and what they choose now is not set in stone. And I think you guys did that brilliantly. Thank you. Renata, the next question is also for you. How do you believe your work in your respective field as a curator for the Global Shaper Hub impacts women empowerment and gender equality, both within and outside your work?
Yes, I believe that really impacts, and I had really different personal experiences with conversations with other young people from our community, and they say to me, oh, I see you as a role model. I really want to do cool things as you do. And I felt like, no, I didn't have that opinion about myself before. But really, if you're doing something and you're really doing with a passion, people recognize it. And that was the moment when I joined to the Global Shapers community during the pandemic in 2020, when we were closed, and I was thinking, I want to do something more to feel this social engagement even when I was at home. So joining this Global Shapers community really gave me so many opportunities. Then we started different initiatives with other young girls in our society. So it was like an initiative about no health without mental health. And we started to talk that we're really faced with kind of issues, but we were like kind of scared to share that in the society, that maybe it's not good to talk that in the public. Then we had another initiative that really started from this one. Then we shift to the media literacy, and we started to engage with the young people, of course, male and females, and to make a safe space to share not just the experience, but also the feelings, how we want to do next, and how we can just, help to each other, to connect, because usually in the society you see this like feminism and how the boys have the perspective about this, what the girls think about this. And I always say is that I see the future, it's like the next decades, it will be the women's empowerment, but from this empowerment, the men will benefit. They really need to give us a starting point for all of us where we can show our skills to contribute. And I think that the mission with the Global Shapers community, especially in Skopje Hub that we are doing, we really do it great, because after all of this hard work during these 3 years, we see some results. We see young people, girls who started their own startups, people who just are encouraged to do new things, take adventures in their life. And I think that is the best benefits from that engagement and youth movements, especially in the Global Shapers community.
Yeah, it's cool to see that. Marian, the next one's for you. You mentioned that you were a linguist before. How come you went from being a linguist to working at SIX?
Good question. Well, as I said, I studied what I enjoyed and took opportunities as they came up. And I actually trained as a teacher as well, because I thought I might like to do that. And I have to say it was the best thing I did, because I think the skills in communication of abstract things is something that I use every day. But as I say, I got my first job by accident, really. They were looking for linguists to collect information from European financial banks. And I did that and basically just worked my way up through the organization. So I thought I would stay 6 months, and I ended up staying 25 years in Reuters and ended up running data operations globally for them. So that was 2,000 people. I had the opportunity to go to India and set up a whole center there that's now 5,000 people. And there is no way I could have planned that, and there's no way that I would have described those opportunities as coming from being a data analyst, but it's just one step at a time. And you start the role and you meet people and there's a project and you say yes to it, not really knowing what it is, but you meet someone through that, and then they introduce you to someone else, and then you get to go and do a training course, and then you meet someone and so all of it starts to build. But actually having a plan that is totally linear and sequential is quite difficult to do. So I think it's about building the skills and the networks and the experience. And just remember that everyone does everything for the first time at some point. So you never walk into a job knowing totally how you're going to do it, but you can prepare for it and you can talk to others who've done it before and you can ask for advice and support. But everyone actually is faking it at some point. And it's worth remembering that because, I remember the first time I got, because I was running operations jobs, it was big sort of team management jobs, but the first time I moved into a business role, so responsible for revenue and sales and product strategy and things, we didn't have anyone. Reuters is a huge organization, but at the time there were no women in the business leadership roles at all. And I desperately wanted to succeed in this role. And there's two ways to approach it. One is to kind of jump in straight in, do your best to prepare, but actually try and be ready to perhaps not get it 100% right. And the other opportunity is that you kind of go quite cautiously and just, stick with the things that you know and do well. And I just decided to go for it and decided that I would rather be fired for getting it wrong, but trying, than actually being seen to be a bit weak and ineffective. So I just kind of tried. And then you work out that actually no one else is that good either. And, you just have to put yourself out there and be prepared to get it a bit wrong, but learn from it.
Thank you. The next question is to you, Shrishti. You said that you worked at, I said in the introduction, but you also mentioned that you worked at McKinsey, but before you were in the biopharmaceutical company. So similar to my question to Marion, how did you go from doing work in the biopharmaceutical industry to going to McKinsey? And did you see any difference in women empowerment and leadership?
So actually, before I was at McKinsey, I was a physician. I was pre-med, I trained in medicine, and it was during my medical school years that it was the early 2000s, so this is way before some of you in this room. And one of the crises that was going globally at the time was the HIV/AIDS crisis, and it looked different, just had a different sort of pattern in different countries. So in Asia and Africa, it was very much heterosexual transmission, and in some countries in Africa, the HIV epidemic had an impact of reducing life expectancy to their 40s. And this was devastating, and this was sort of a time where you realized the impact of health inequity. And we had a really great panel this morning on the future of medicine and where these innovations go. So training in medicine in Boston in the United States at a premier institution with lead hospitals, but also sort of being exposed to, through my nonprofit work, the fact that there was such inequity where those same drugs are not available around the world, got me really thinking as to what do I do, or what can be done. Right? This shouldn't be something that, health is a human right, and you have to kind of think of it as a human right, and you shouldn't have to think about which humans get that right. Like, all humans get that right. So somehow along the way, I decided to pursue a degree in international development because there's a huge tie between healthcare and education and economic empowerment of communities, and especially women who run households. They know how to spend money. They know how to make sure that money is being spent on schools and on vaccinations and all of those things that matter. And I learned a lot about that. It wasn't an area I had actually studied a lot in. But as Marion mentioned, sometimes things just happen. It was late night on campus, and I stumbled into a free dinner which was being hosted by McKinsey & Company. And it was a recruiting event where they were offering pizza, which is why I went. But they were talking about scaling up one of the first treatment and testing programs for HIV/AIDS in Uganda. And this is where you would test people in the population, and the government was going to invest in providing the treatment. And I kind of left that, and I was like, that's what I want to be doing. I want to be figuring that out. And the normal course of action, if you sort of go to the norms, was that I would finish medicine, I would get a fellowship in infectious disease, then I would call up the Centers for Disease Control and get a fellowship there. And so 8 years later, after all of that, I would finally maybe get to start working on the thing that I wanted to work on. But then here was McKinsey, and they were sort of redefining things. They were looking for smart people right then, there, and now to be doing analytics, to be doing program design, to be on the ground in countries doing this type of work. And I decided to apply for an internship. Because for me, working on that problem was the right thing to be doing. The people were really smart who came for the presentation. I was really excited about the opportunity to work with smart people. And it was a very difficult decision, though. Like when your parents are kind of telling you that we invested in med school, and you are Indian, by the way, you should finish med school. I was going to go off and not actually train and finish my training, but go do McKinsey & Company, which they hadn't even heard of. So this was like this was like everybody else was turning right, and I was turning left. But I'd made the decision; it felt right at the time, and then I thought I was going to stay for 6 months or 2 years, maybe max, and I wound up staying 18 years.
That's really insane. Yeah. I mean, all of you guys keep on talking about like how you wanted to pursue one thing, but then it just like it wasn't passionate enough, or it wasn't motivating enough. And I think that's really important, because sometimes you just have to take risk, And yeah,
I think that's true. I think it's really good to have a plan and sort of make the most of what you're doing now and think about how you're going to get ready for the next thing that, just sort of look a couple of steps ahead. And so now you're thinking about, what do you want to study later on, or, what sort of fields would you like to start getting involved in? But then I think just being aware that you can't possibly know all the opportunities and all the jobs that are out there, and being alive to the fact that something else might come along that grabs you. And all, I don't know whether it's true for you, but all the big decisions I've ever made in my life have been intuition-based. Does this feel right? Is it the people I like? Is it a kind of thing that excites me? Is it something that I would really regret not doing? And those are the big decisions have all been based on that, and not on sort of analytically, does this fit the plan? But I think, there's all the jobs that exist now, not all of them will be the same by the time you get to enter the workplace. And so how could you possibly know? But if it feels right and it looks fun, do it. There's not a lot to lose. And then if it's not right, you can change. No, this is a life sentence.
Okay, that's good. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have in terms of questions. So now we're going to take a short 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and to ask any final questions for the panelists by either texting them to the Mentimeter code seen on the board, 51125563, or keep the questions brief, and I will do my best to get to as many as possible. After the break, you guys will also have the opportunity to ask in person, so you guys can just raise your hand. And if you do, please stand up, state your name and the school you're from. And after the question ends, please try and give the microphone back. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi. So now we will begin with questions from the audience. As I said before, if you have any questions, please stand up, state your name, and the school you come from. You guys have any questions? Okay, I saw you raising your hand first in the sweater with the short hair.
Okay, is it working? Okay, I'm Laia. We're from Kantonsschule Zug, and I was wondering, on the way to leadership positions like yours, I think you meet a lot of other women on the way, and I feel like you might feel like you're taking opportunities from other women, and how do you deal with that, or how do you find a balance between helping other women also and also, you know, going your own path? And yeah.
Who do you want to take that?
Anybody? Renata, would you like to start us off?
Okay, I can. I really believe that the connection will bring new opportunities. It's okay, you know, to share your experiences, your knowledge, everything, and to not to always to expect that you will receive something from the other side, that okay, I'm just helping you with this, and you, but it's okay to, you know, to establish these good connections, because you never know in the future what will bring to you. And the future is really unpredictable. It's good to have plans and to know what is my vision, the direction, what I want to do, but also to have people who are next to your you know, to have your back. For example, it's good to have a group of friends that are female leaders, where you can just share your experiences, your feelings, how you feel, because sometimes you're really faced with the different challenges, and you think that you have this feeling and you're alone in this, and then when you share, you feel that, oh, many other young girls and female leaders have this kind of situations. So my answer, it will be that we really need to be connected, because one person, one individual can change anything if we want to think on a further level for positive changes in our societies. And it's okay to be successful, to pursue your goals, but also it's good to think about you know, collective responsibility, what we can do together as a female leaders, which kind of bright perspective we can give to the future generations.
Thank you. Marion, do you have anything
I'll just
to
say,
add?
I think it's not a competition, and I've experienced so many male and female leaders who've really sponsored me and helped, and I have never seen or felt that behaviour. There's a real need for talented leaders and people to develop, and I see a lot of support for that. And you'll remind me who it is, but somebody in the US said there's a special place in hell for those women in senior positions that don't help others. Somebody remember who that is? It was the former head of the US Treasury. But I honestly, I don't see that at all. In fact, I see the complete opposite.
That's good to hear, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I just to build on that, I you know, maybe school sometimes feels a bit zero-sum in that you're kind of looking for scarce resources. Whether that be scarcity of time of somebody's, or scarcity of a role, or scarcity of progression. And I think the really good context that I've been successful in have really tried to kind of remove this idea of scarcity of leadership. And I think Marion used a wonderful word, sponsorship. I mean, a lot of people talk about mentorship and sponsorship and allyship. You know, for me, mentorship is this idea that, you know, let's go to coffee and let's talk about kind of where you are. And sponsorship, what Marion highlighted, is like, let me take you to this meeting, and I want you to see what's going on there, and I want you to be able to feel free to say something and kind of bring your ideas. So it's really this opportunity creation. And I think as we kind of move further and further into professional settings, hopefully we start to kind of see less and less of this zero-sum scarcity of opportunities, because I think even just right before we got onto this panel, we were just talking about, you know, one of the things in board roles is sitting on the nominations committee, and having women sit on the nominations committee is an opening for other women, because the nominations committee's primary job is to bring other people to the board, and then you start to think about who you can bring into these leadership roles. So hopefully we can shift the mindset a bit away from zero-sum scarcity to there's opportunities for everybody to be successful.
Thank you so much. We'll take another question from the audience. Right over there.
Thank you very much. My name's Frank. I'm from International School Altdorf. This is a little bit long, so excuse me. I'm a music student, and around 2 years ago, there was a competition held at our school for 3 precious masterclass places with a Juilliard graduate. Despite 2 of my good friends, boys, and me finishing first, second, and third, the places were eventually offered to 3 girls. And when asked the reason of it, the school authorities said, well, it'll look better on TV. This story is no anecdote, as in many occasions when a public image is involved or when the school, needs to display something on social media, girls are favored despite sometimes boys getting better results. What are your thoughts on this?
Do you want to go first, or shall I?
Do you want to start?
I'll start,
Yeah.
but thank you for the question, and clearly it's
And thank you for
unfortunate.
being here,
Yeah,
actually. Honestly, thank you for coming to this panel. I was a little worried that we would have a gender imbalance in this panel, and it's only going to get better in the world if we have balanced audiences. And so I appreciate you being in the audience.
Totally agree. I think it is the case that overall there are imbalances that with time need to be rectified. And you see that in some of the legislation that has been passed for directorships or for organizations to publish their diversity figures. And here we're talking about gender diversity, but it's much broader than that. But we're here talking about gender diversity. And so over time, companies are really trying to shift the balance. And so, for example, in Switzerland, and it's not a hard legislation, but it's a sort of comply and explain, more of a voluntary one, where you'll be aiming for 30% females on the board. And the question that is sometimes asked in these dialogues is, well, what's in it for me as a man? And why would I support gender diversity? And actually, the UN Sustainable Goals, goal number 5 about equality, that benefits everyone, and you can't achieve any of the UN goals unless there's equality of education, unless there's harassment-free environments, unless there's equality of opportunity. But it's true that in the short term, it is hard, and you need to take some hard decisions in the long term to impact the long term. I have absolutely, I don't know the details behind what happens. It sounds like a very unfortunate story, but I do know that in the longer term, organizations of all kinds need to rebalance. And even, if you have a 30% target for women in senior roles, that still means that 70% of the roles are going to go to men. So, whilst it sounds like the men are losing out, actually overall, definitely not. And overall, the only way, it's not a zero-sum game, as you say, and the only way for everyone to win is for there to be equality. Don't know if you...
Yeah, I'd love to add to that. I mean, I'm sorry for the unfortunate anecdote that you shared, and we hope, as we're working towards diversity and equitable treatment, we're really focused on meritocracy. And so, in your situation, it would have been ideal if, the best musicians were given that opportunity. I think the thing that has brought us to this role and on this panel has been that there were systemic things that happen, especially in corporations, that make it really hard to say at this senior vice president level, we're interviewing one-to-one. Because when I was at McKinsey, I ran a program that middle managers, early managers, it's around the time where women have children and women go off to maternity leave for 6 months. And then all of a sudden projects change. And men who are not taking a parental leave are able to kind of go and they're working that 6 months. And so these are not things that sort of at the senior vice president level we're interviewing two equal people, but the systemic thing is something that happens in the corporations that goes much, much down to the middle manager level that talks about, okay, women are out for IVF, or they're out for extended leaves, or they have to be staffed locally because they're nursing and they're pumping and they're trying to make sure that they're able to take care of their kids. But those things, when you have a system that hasn't adapted to those needs, can be seen as lack of commitment or lack of diversity in her projects, or that can be seen as, well, you know, she is an older person interviewing for this job and she's only interviewing at this job, but we have this young 35-year-old man who's ready to take the senior vice president role right now. And so a lot of what brought us here, and a lot of the things that we're working on that are much more nuanced than just representation, have to deal with identifying those biases in the systems and trying to systemically take them down so that evaluation systems are more equitable, that promotion and things take part into parental leave and not just maternity, and you know, men can take time off too, and just trying to build a little bit more equity into the system at those stages so that we really are choosing in a very meritocratic way, you know, who are the right people to be in leadership roles.
Can I just tell a story? I think just to give heart. No one ever talks about the jobs that they don't get and the failures that they have. And I once interviewed for a trustee position of a charity, and they rang me up afterwards and said, look, we're really sorry, we liked the interview, but we're not going to appoint you because we really need a black man. And it was a charity to do with prostate cancer, and the incidence of prostate cancer is twice as high in black men as it is in white men. And I was like, well, okay, fine. I mean, I could have told you I'm not a black man, but that's great. I understand why that's what you want. And about 3 months later, they rang me up and said, actually, though, you've got these data skills and we liked the way that, you know, could you join anyway? And I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me in my career. And you get really good at rejection. But actually, whatever those reasons were, you were in the top 3. And there were I don't know how many people judged, and I don't know how many people assessed, but those people know who you are. And something comes from these things. And so I think it's okay, for whatever reason, not to get that opportunity. And stuff does come of it, actually, in the longer term. So, and I hope that that's the case for you too.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that happening. It's not nice to hear when stuff like that does happen. But now we're going to shift over to the mentee. I've got a couple of questions. Because Marian and Shrishti answered the last question, how about you can answer this, Renata. For the new generations, is there anything you're worried about regarding future women empowerment?
I will really say that I see the positive and bright future because we live in societies where we have more opportunities than it was like 20, 30 years ago. Of course, we will have challenges, but I feel that now all of us, we are aware that we really need to give space to the women because maybe previously they didn't have a chance, they didn't have a space. Now we have space, maybe it's small space, because usually also in the big companies and institutions we see these quotas where we will need to respect this rule to have this number of women who will be here, but not to see us just a number, because girls are really here and the women with their own experience, knowledge, background, they really had years of experience in that, and they deserve to be here. So to see us like investment, you will bring value to that. And of course, to encourage all other people to go further with their goals, because as the nature it is, we as young girls and women, probably in your life, you will have years where you need to dedicate yourself to the family, and that's okay, but not to be like, a treaty for you, you just lost this time and now you're just not good enough for this position to apply, to go further with your career. Just accept that, but also to, to support each other, because also it's not a competition between men and women, it's all about the cooperation. We need to find our common language, how we can help each other, and of course to have the space for the people who deserve to be here, because previously women didn't have the space. Now we have the space, and of course we need to work harder to have this bigger space for the future generations.
Thank you. Another question from the mentee, Marion and Trishti. This one is for you guys. How do you think corporate culture hinders women from pursuing these jobs?
I mean, I can start on this one. I touched on some of these things. I think there's a combination of evaluation systems, sort of this up or out culture that you kind of have to be on a progression that has, there's a bias towards what this timeline looks like. There's a lot of gender stereotypes that, I've seen in my corporate years. It's like someone on the team's birthday, and they're, it's like who's going to organize the present, or who's going to organize the lunch reservation, and this kind of unpaid office work often falls on actually pretty busy women, who are all equally busy. So there's just sort of unpaid aspect of kind of like the organizational stuff that happens at work. And I think it's just really important to challenge the gender stereotypes in sort of the corporations as to, who should be progressing, how fast should it be. There's a lot of soft things that has also been discussed a lot in terms of, if a woman shows emotion, is that, is that a sign of weakness? Is there, debate, if debating different sides of a problem, is that sort of not seen as conclusive enough or not decisive enough? Just things like stature and appearance, and those things, we're slowly breaking through. I mean, in my 18 years at McKinsey, a very corporate culture, I already saw like a huge amount of progress on a lot of those fronts. But a lot of corporations are different, and there's still there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I think it's going through an evolution. I think there was sort of in the 90s, 2000s, it was all about, you need to fix the women. They need to look like the successful men, and they need to, behave in similar ways. And then it was more about the organization. The organization needs to change the way it makes decisions. And you're absolutely right. It's, the hiring, who's on the panel in hiring, or who makes, how do you make decisions around promotions? Do you even have data telling you, who's at what level in the organization? That's one of the things that, regulatory reporting around gender diversity has really changed, because it forces organizations to even have the data so they know what's going on at each level in the organization. But I think it's also about the things that you don't have data for. It's about the micro decisions. And you referenced it earlier. So who's on the project? Have you got a spread of experiences and backgrounds and ages on those projects? Who gets to present to the board? Who gets to go on the away day? And those little things add up to somebody being more qualified for a role than someone else. So it's all those little things that happen all the time, and also show up in the big data. And, sorry to come back to this, but one of the reasons why orchestras now do blind auditions is because, they need to make decisions based on what they hear and not what they see. So I think it's all there. It's reporting, it's transparency around the data, it's having information to tell you what's going on in your organization, but it's also being conscious. Every time you decide who to invite to a meeting, I'm thinking, okay, if I really thought this through, if we got the right spread of people.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have today, as the session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as all the panelists for sharing their thoughts and guidance. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay. I would ask you all to now begin your transition to session number 6. If you do have any questions for the panelists, feel free to approach them after the end of the session. But please be mindful of the time that you have left till session number 6. Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
This panel will be starting shortly, so please be seated and silence your phones. Okay, thank you. Due to climate change, global food security has become an issue of increasing prominence. Over the last decades, food insecurity has risen as changes in temperature, precipitation, and greenhouse gas emissions negatively impact crop yields. In fact, NASA claims that maize crop yields are projected to decline 24% by 2030. There are multiple ways to try and address the challenge of food security. Gene editing has the potential to offer a revolutionary tool in agriculture by allowing precise modifications to plant genomes. Through targeted genetic alterations, crops can be engineered for enhanced resistance to diseases, improved nutritional content, and increased tolerance to environmental stresses, contributing to more sustainable and resilient agricultural practices. There are also other methods to improve sustainability in the agricultural industry. One of our speakers here today is an expert on aquaponics systems. In this innovative approach, fish waste provides nutrients for plants, while the plants naturally filter and purify the water for the fish. Hereby, resource usage is minimized and water can be conserved. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Gene editing and aquaponics offer unique opportunities and challenges for agriculture. While gene editing raises ethical and environmental questions, aquaponics showcases a more eco-friendly approach. As we explore these advancements, we can ask ourselves, are we balancing innovation and sustainability? And how can these methods contribute to a responsible agricultural future? Hello, my name is Nicola Poland, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISADEL and a proud member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you all to the Is Sustainable Agriculture Achievable panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome Bruno Melcher, Hans-Peter Schöpp, and Raphael Kensig. Bruno is an agronomist and agricultural economist. He works at the company Grupo Tecoa, which is a large-scale agriculture producer in South America and southern Russia. Hans-Peter is a managing director at the University of Zurich in the Department of Plant and Microbial Biology. His previous research has been focused on unraveling the molecular mechanisms underlying reproduction in plants. Raphael is concerned with the integration of nature into human needs. Whether in food production or in dealing with the resource of water and biodiversity, the discipline of ecotechnology has proven to be a suitable tool for him. In fact, he's become an expert in aquaponic systems, a resource-conserving food production method. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time leaving you, the audience, time to give any questions you have about sustainable agriculture. If you'd like to ask a question at any point, please send them to the following Mentimeter code on the board. We are now ready to begin. As we gather here to explore the future of sustainable agriculture,
I would like to ask all my panelists to answer this question. What do you each see as the most pressing challenge in creating a more sustainable and harmonious relationship between humanity and our environment? Hans-Peter, if you'd like to begin.
So I think one of the major challenges is to achieve more sustainability while maintaining productivity. It's intuitive that we are becoming more and more people on the planet, and it doesn't grow. So that means that we have less and less soil available for our own nutrition. So that is one problem. So whatever we do in order to improve sustainability, we have to make sure that we maintain productivity. And I would quickly like to ask to show a slide, because I have sent you guys a figure that is from the Federal Ministry of Statistics. And it shows that we're producing about 20,000 terajoules of digestible energy in Switzerland, but we use about 50,000 terajoules in order to produce that food. And in fact, we are needing more and more energy to produce the food, so the energy efficiency of Swiss agriculture is actually declining. You can see that, for instance, fodder import is a big issue, that's meat eating, but on a whole, agriculture is an energy loss business. And this is an important notion for everyone to take. The energy is mostly not coming from the sun, but from fuel fossils and from manufacturing. So this is a big problem. And this actually shows, all the different bars show that different approaches are needed to reduce every single of those bars. And I would like to just caution, genome editing is not a solution, it's just a tool for breeding.
Who would like to answer next?
Go for it. Okay, so I'll catch and draw up on something which Hans-Peter said, which is, yes, the population, world population is growing very fastly, but the world is not, our Earth is not. And I would like to give you guys some figures, which to me are the first thing that we need to look at when we're talking about sustainability and the use of our resources. And that is, I chose something which is very simple and on which each and everyone can act on, which is food waste. I don't know if you guys know, but 30%, 1/3 of all the food produced in the world is wasted. It's just not used. If you think about that, in current times, that could feed over 2 billion people, which is 1/3 of the food population. On the other hand, if you think that the population is going to grow another 30% until 2050, if we manage to bring this 30% of waste to zero, we could feed the whole population of the world without doing anything else than what we're doing today in agriculture. Another figure which I think is important and I encourage you guys to act on is out of this 30%, 60% of 30% waste, 60% is wasted in our homes. It is food that we buy in the supermarket and don't eat. It gets wasted. So if each of us could make sure that we had a zero waste kitchen, for instance, and that is not so hard to do, we would save about 2/3 of all the food which is wasted. And with that, we would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 10%. 10% of all the greenhouse gas emissions come from food which is produced but not used. 25% of all the water which is used in agriculture, and this goes to Raphael, is wasted in food that is not used. One last thing, we could feed the food which is wasted, we could feed all of sub-Saharan Africa with that food. So when we're talking about famine in Africa, which is, everybody I think has this notion, If we just wasted less, we would be able to feed all of sub-Saharan Africa, which is where most of the African population lives. So over to Raphael.
Wow, thank you very much. So very good advice for you each, or for us each. I have the global perspective I would like to show. I brought a picture, which is talking about planetary boundaries. So it's known that we have several services we consume from the Earth. So you see 9 parameters, and you see the green inside, and as long as the scale is inside the green box, everything is the world can manage, or the planet can manage. But you see many of those dots have exceeded and are orange or deep red. So this figure shows that we stress our planet in terms of nutrients. We have excess loss of nutrients, which go to other places but not into food. Then we stress the planet itself in its service. So the service of the planet we can use is declining because we overuse. We have a land use which is too high. We have a global warming. We have acidification. We have novel entities such as microplastics. We pollute our home, and there's really, and we have a diminished the service of biodiversity, which helps us, which supports the resilience of our planet, is highly endangered. So this is something which I would like to point out. We have to act.
Thank you all so much for your answers and giving the audience a brief overview of some of the challenges for agriculture being sustainable. Now, in the context of gene editing, Hans-Peter, for those of us who might not be familiar, could you give a brief explanation of what gene editing is and how it works in the context of plants?
Genome, or genes, which is a unit of the genome, can be viewed like a text. And editing a text is just like editing a genome. So you change letters, which will change the sense of the text. And genome editing is a method that allows you to very specifically change the sequence of a genome, actually introduce, for instance, point mutations, or introduce, I use the analogy, introduce words into a text or remove words from a text. So it allows you to very rapidly introduce genetic changes. And the big potential there is that it happens very rapidly. You can do this in a matter of weeks. You can modify multiple targets, which allows you to accelerate breeding by a tremendous factor. Breeding is usually very slow. Imagine if you do apple breeding, it takes you 10 years to know the result of a cross. So we have the need to speed up our breeding in order to actually breed plants that do satisfy the needs of sustainable agriculture. And in fact, the plant species we have now, the agricultural, the Nutzpflanzen we have now, they have not been bred for sustainable agriculture. They are the children of the Green Revolution. This was a concept in which fertilizing, plant protection, and everything that you could use was used on the field. And now today, all of a sudden, we have new challenges, and using conventional methods, it will take us 20, 30 years to do new breedings, whereas with genome editing, we can do this in the matter of a few weeks. I would quickly like to give one example. There is a gene called MLO, and if this gene is mutated in cereals, they become resistant to powdery mildew, which is a big problem in Switzerland, but also worldwide. And MLO mutants, for instance, in barley, are grown in Switzerland since several decades. However, bread wheat is a hexaploid, so it has 6 genomes, therefore 6 MLO genes. And to mutate all those 6 is a matter of 20 years of breeding. And we know a group that has managed to mutate 5 of those 6 in 15 years. And the Chinese group has, in 1914, mutated all 6 copies in 2 weeks.
Thank you so much for your insight. And building from your response, it might be interesting to see how gene editing can be put into practice. So Bruno, how will or has Grupo Tecoa been able to integrate cutting edge technologies to help aid more sustainable agriculture practices?
Okay, so as Hans-Peter has already mentioned, gene editing is one of the tools which we have to increase sustainability in agriculture. Unfortunately, it has not been made available yet on the crops that we grow large scale, but it soon will. I'm sure it soon will commercially. However, there are many other things that we can act upon. Hans-Peter mentioned the Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was a discovery in the 50s where people, you know, just they decided that they would throw as much fertilizer on the ground as they could. They would protect their plants with as much chemicals as they could, so that the bugs wouldn't interfere with their growth and productivity. So it was a discovery of the use of all the natural resources in exuberance to try to produce more food. This now has proven immensely deleterious for the environment, and I guess I'll do, you know, when we now talk about efficient agricultural production, we look at 4 pillars of knowledge which have to be integrated. One of them is soils and plant nutrition, i.e. because the plants draw their nutrition from the soil, be it if we put it there or even if it is there naturally. The other one is machinery. What are the machines that we use and how we use that more efficiently? The third one is crop protection. How do we protect our crops without spraying, you know, chemical things all over the place? Is there a more efficient way to do that? And the fourth one, and sorry to say the last, but that's genetics. How do we adapt our plants to the growing conditions and so that they can give the most of what their potential is with the least inputs and interference in the environment. And this is what we have. I mean, those 4 things, we have to look at them integratedly. We have gone a long way from just, you know, spilling fertilizer on the soil indiscriminately by integrating all these tools and using, for instance, what we call today the variable rate application of fertilization, where we use satellite images and apply artificial intelligence algorithm to interpret what comes from these satellite images, because then they tell us what the plant needs and where exactly on a almost square meter on a field more nutrients are necessary or less nutrients are necessary, and then we can spray them with a variable rate, i.e. where more is needed we put more, where less is needed we put less, and this brings a lot of savings in terms of not only cost but also environmental challenges. What we do with fertilizer we also can do with crop protection products such as herbicides or fungicides or even which can be synthetically produced chemically or now more and more naturally biologically produced, and I think this is a trend which will go a long way in increasing the sustainability of agricultural production.
Thank you, Bruno. And now shifting gears a little bit to other methods to achieve a somewhat more sustainable agricultural industry. Rafael, in your experience as an environmental consultant, what sustainable agriculture practices or eco-technologies have you found most effective in promoting a healthy coexistence between human activities and with nature?
Okay. I would like to summarize what you heard the last two minutes, what I understood. I think we are in a huge dilemma because we have to feed everyone, we have to produce, but the way we started with the Green Revolution has no future. So what to do, right? I have a more systemic approach, but I'm not a food producer in that scale, so I cannot say this is wrong, this is right. But I can take aquaponics as an example because it differs a lot to agriculture on land, because we cannot use any chemicals against one part of the system, because aquaponics is a closed water loop system which consists on fish, consists on plants, and mostly the most resilient part of the system is microbiology in the roots of the plants. So if there are any predators or anything that harms the system, we cannot use chemicals because we would surely kill one of those three components. So we have to have another approach. And in this case, I think this is just one of a very good example how you work with nature, with the resilience of nature. You can support the resilience of that system in order to prevent illnesses. And this is what I would like to. This is a wish, actually. This is a wish that the agriculture and the genome modification and the working in resilience of nature shake hands, so that we know how to deal to build soil, use the resilience of nature to prevent illnesses, together with specialized plants and in a matter which is suitable to produce the food needed.
Thank you so much. And now addressing gene editing once again, Hans-Peter, as a plant biologist, are there potential unintended consequences that researchers like yourself are actively trying to address when applying gene editing technologies to crops?
So unintended consequences might be twofold. So one, that the genetic modifications, so the point mutations that you introduce, are not happening at the place you want, but elsewhere in the genome. A genome is relatively large. In humans, it's 3 billion nucleotides. The Gebrüder Grimm storybook has only 4 million, so it's a lot of information. So unintended consequences might be effects, so-called off-target effects, that not the sequence you want to change is being changed, but some other sequence. This is something that one can test, and for genome editing, this has not yet been described, unlike for tDNA transformation, where gene technology 1.0, if so to say, where the foreign genes landed in an unknown place. So this is so far highly specific. The second type of unintended consequence is that there is properties on the field that you may not want to have. And there I only have to say that actually risks resulting from properties are a common feature. We see this with not only with the genetically modified plants, but also with conventional crops or even the wild species. So the keyword neophytes, neozoites, so these are actually causing exactly those kinds of problems that have been suggested for GMOs. So what I want to say is that the risks actually depend on the properties of the organism and not on its way of creation. Yeah? So when looking at the way of creation only, what a lot of the GMO opponents do, then you miss a lot, actually, especially when it comes to risks. Yeah? And it's not only Bt maize that may be a risk, it may also be organic ginseng, for instance, because ginseng you have to dig out again if you want to get rid of it from a field, whereas maize, it won't grow wild populations. So what I am claiming is that no matter how we produce a plant species, we better test it before we release it on the field. And that's independent of its way of creation, whether it's conventional or GMO, we better test it.
Thank you so much. And I think it's definitely now, it would be interesting to look at your guys' visions for the future. So how does each of your fields of expertise contribute to creating more sustainable practices? What do you believe for the future? Bruno, if you would like to begin.
Well, I guess, when you think about an agronomist is someone who knows a lot very little about a lot of things. So we have, as I described to you, we have to combine. When we produce food, we have to combine at the production level several very, very specific fields of knowledge, which go from mechanics to soil to biology to geology to mathematics, and I guess what we try to do here is to see what is available and combine all the technologies in a way which are more effective. I give you an example on which is not too far from Green Revolution, which is how we occupied the Brazilian savanna over the past 30 years, from 0 to almost 30 million hectares of production. And the only reason that we were able to occupy it in that pace is because the technology needed was very, very, very low. And why is that? Because there is ample water supply. And water masked all the inefficiencies which we had by using this ecosystem. So we did many, many big mistakes because we could not see them, because water was enough there to mask and fix those mistakes. Now, as we move along, this exploitation of the Brazilian savanna has reached its limit, because after many, many years of monoculture, which was possible there, soybeans or corn or what have you, the ecosystem is putting its own, sending its messages and putting a brake on that, and there is some vengeance, because now after that so many years of only one thing being done in a wrong way, it has created a lot of, it has allowed for a lot of, for the development of a lot of natural enemies of those plants, which found in that monoculture a big chance to grow very rapidly. So we were producing the ideal food for a certain type of enemy of the food which was produced. And the food is soybeans, and the enemy is called nematodes, which are one of the probably predecessors of the dinosaurs. It's the eldest, one of the eldest organisms which live in the world. So that great imbalance, so we created a big, great imbalance, and now we need, for the future, when you think about the future, we need to think how we curb that and how we bring that back. So I guess what we're learning is that we have to slow down a little bit the intensification of agriculture to allow for a better mix between cultures, complementary cultures, where nature, as Raphael beautifully explained, is able to come back and show its resilience and its natural balance, so we can help nature a little bit, because we can look at things. We have learned a lot. We can do things which will probably accelerate that process of rebalancing. But we need to leave for the future. We need to. What we've learned is that resources are not infinite. That we have to deal with them. We have to be respectful, and we have to be respectful of nature and its workings, and maybe use a little bit of our intelligence to, take all of the fields of knowledge, combine them in a way which is more balanced than just pouring, trying to extract the most out of nature in the short term.
Do you have anything to add? Yeah.
Yes, I have something to add. Thank you very much for that statement. I would like to point out that in Switzerland, for example, in agriculture, there are always sectors around a sixth of the area which is not productive. So in that place, biodiversity can happen. Those predators of the predators can grow, and resilience can grow of the soil of the whole system. And as biodiversity spots overlap, there are even more and more spots for more species, and that's for sure something you can add, because the fertile soil is really valuable, and we have to take care of that. And I don't know how good it's possible to add some unproductive points to let the nature regrow, to regrow its resilience. That might be a good
This has
practice.
actually been intensely studied at, for instance, at Agroscope, which is a federal institute for agronomy, and they have examined, for instance, the existence of Brachen or Hecken. I don't know how do you
unproductive land.
Yes, unproductive lands that are in the midst of agricultural land, and while you have actually a reduction of land, of arable land, therefore a reduction of harvest maybe since you will have wasps that maybe eat your corn borer away, you don't have to treat against corn borer. So while you maybe have less harvest, you may still have more profit because you don't have to buy the plant protection. Ideally, a gain in sustainability is also linked to a gain in profit, because otherwise it won't be implemented. In general, what I feel, this is all right, and certainly we have many technological levels in order to improve things. So for instance, what you mentioned about remote sensing, that does not only work from satellites, but even just from drones that look a few meters above say your vineyard, and will treat only those plants that are infested. And this I've seen this happening in the Burgundy. So these are all things that work already. But coming back to the graph that I showed, there is actually people trying to do research to make agriculture more sustainable while maintaining productivity. And this is in fact possible, but it will lead to a change also in society, because it involves a lot more manual work. Currently, we have 3% farmers in Switzerland, and a society of the future that has a sustainable and productive agronomy probably will have around 20 to 30% farmers. So,
but the good news, Hans-Peter, is the good news is that if you combine what you're saying with what I said in the beginning, we have time, because if we just save what we're wasting, we have time we will have time to feed the world and do these changes at
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. I don't agree. I don't agree at all, as we really exceed boundaries, and we are far away from being sustainable, so we cannot stop at this level. We have to reverse. I mean, of course, we have to do everything we can, but we cannot wait and have time. We have to reverse fast, and that's that's a pressure. That's a challenge, and I cannot provide the solution right now. I think, but I just would like to point out to work more with nature, because nature has a lot of power. The Earth is older than we are, and it will be older than we are, and. But to collaborate I think, is one of the key factors.
Yeah. No, just don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we don't have to start now. We have to start now, because otherwise
we should have started.
Yeah, 30 years down the road, we have made no progress just because we have the comfort.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for your answers. Unfortunately, that's all the time I have in terms of my questions. So we'll now take a 2-minute break where everyone can process the information that they have heard, and then afterwards ask questions. You can either do that with the Mentimeter code or ask a question directly. If you'd like to ask some directly, then please raise your hand, state your name, your school, if you go to school, and your question. Yeah, the man here right in the front, yeah.
So Bruno and Hans-Peter, the two solutions. My name is Toby, and I'm from. Hi, I'm Toby, and I'm from United World College, Robert Bosch College, and the solution that Bruno proposed, which was like, you know, sort of the information-rich approach to farming, smart farming, and what Hans-Peter proposed, the gene editing, what they have in common, from my perspective, is that they both still provide a revenue stream, for example, for Syngenta. They both are solutions that clearly require somebody to buy access to the web service, and then there's stuff that you spray or the genetically modified food. I look at solutions like agroforestry and see, well, actually, I look at nature and see, wow, I very rarely see one plant growing only as a monoculture. I see systems that support each other, and they don't require me to buy anything. And I see solutions like agroforestry that go in that direction, and I don't see them promoted as much. And so my question / challenge to you is, like, what's the link between what are the good solutions and what can Syngenta make money from? Like, what's a marketable solution and what's a non-marketable solution? And how does it influence what we find on our fields?
So in contrast to the gene technology 1.0, which is DNA transformation, where all the enabling technologies were patented, genome editing is not patented. So this is available for everyone, for public bodies, for universities. As soon as you have a lab, you can do it. That's one aspect. And the other aspect I just want to mention, these experimental setups in which a productive agronomy was found to be sustainable. These were usually in mixed and in permacultures. And part of the reasoning why we need 30% farmers is because you can no longer mechanically treat such fields. So you may have to actually do manual labor, manual harvesting, manual treatment, and so that's how it leads to these additional farms. So it's not that mixed cultures are like excluded from a future concept. In fact, for me, they are integral parts. Yeah. And you can see solutions, particularly where things are then in the end fed anyway, say barley and soybean. You rather than growing them separately, you can grow them together on one field, and they actually stabilize each other and are more resilient to wind and to being thrown over and to molds and so on. So you can do this already today, but that's going to be one of the many, many different directions in the future. And we just agreed that we want to make the notion that sustainability is not a binary thing. So it's not that you're either sustainable or you're unsustainable. It's a gradual thing. So currently we are relatively non-sustainable, and we move a bit more towards sustainability. And that's the small steps, and there is many different roads.
Yeah. I wanted to add, maybe because your question is very interesting, and interestingly enough, you mentioned Syngenta probably as just a brand like many others. But I think, you know, coming from again, Green Revolution, Syngenta was, like many others, were companies which strived by meeting demand which you know, was asked for them. They were asked to produce crop protection, synthetic crop protection chemicals. They were asked to produce, I mean, that was a need, otherwise they wouldn't have strived. Interestingly enough, I think we were on that path for over 40 years, and I think we are, you know, alarm bells are sounding everywhere that this path cannot continue. And I guess those companies, they are changing as well. I think there's a new concept out there which is called regenerative agriculture, which is exactly what you say, which is where people have discovered that they have to mix cultures. They have to use other sources of inputs to protect their crops, to feed their crops, and to create a more balanced environment. And those companies are reacting. In fact, normally those companies, those big multinationals, they were striving on products, and Hans-Peter mentioned that very well, which were patentable. because then this is something where you have to spend a lot of money doing research to find a molecule which will protect a certain disease or a bug, or a lot of money to create, to cross plants to find the ideal variety, and that has a lot of time. And then you would patent it, and then it's yours, and you can make a lot of money for it as long as the patent is valid. Now this has changed. They are now so normally those companies, they have their genetics division where they do what I just described, and they have their chemical divisions where they also do what I just described, and all of them, without exception, are now creating a third division, which is based on knowledge. And there, what they're doing, it's a huge race. They're trying to incorporate as much as possible biological products, which are enhancers, which are protection organisms. I mean, there's a whole series of microbiomes and soil enrichers. There's a whole series of microorganisms which can enhance the environment in a more natural way, but they are also not patentable. So it's all based on knowledge. They are also creating the notion that they need to provide intelligence services. So they're providing farmers, commercial farmers all over the world, with tools such as the ones which I just touched upon, like the use of mathematical models to predict yields in their fields, and therefore apply the most efficient input to their fields, or using again imagery or interpretation of imagery, or even pattern recognition via artificial intelligence to spot different needs for nutrients or diseases. So this is, I think, we're getting into a completely new world where balance and in agriculture, where balance and diversity is coming back. It's not a retrocess. It's not that we're going to do agriculture like, in I don't know how many years ago, when people started being collectors and hunters and gatherers and settled. But we're just doing it with the use of knowledge at the level which is cutting edge and unparalleled in history, and I guess also in terms of intellectual demand at the highest level.
Does anyone else have another question? Yeah, in the back, the woman.
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This point that you made at the very beginning about food waste, I always really support that idea. At the end of the day, though, it's not just about the amount of food that we're creating or saving, but also the distribution of that food, right? This is a huge problem. We have enough food in the world to feed everyone. It's just not going where it needs to go. I was wondering, one of the things that people talk about these days to consider being more resilient for the future is the relocalization of food, sort of moving away from globalized systems of food and back towards relocalization. There are, of course, risks to that as well in terms of resilience, possible benefits to resilience and risk. But I was wondering what your three perspectives are on this notion of relocalizing our food systems.
Did I understand you correctly? What's the meaning of the real localization?
Can I
relocalization of food systems? I have no.
Well, maybe here we go. We have maybe I give a little bit of a perspective. We have today we have. If you're talking about grains and oilseeds, which are the sort of the raw material for everything else, for food, for feeding chicken, feeding swine, feeding milk cows or beef cows, there is, when you're talking about food which moves from one geography to the other, there is three big buckets of producers of corn, wheat, and soybeans. Wheat is produced most competitively and in most excess. So this is why it moves to the rest of the world in southern Russia. Corn is and was, and hopefully will be again, produced most competitively and also at its most excess in the Ukraine. And soybeans is produced in South America. So the way we have structured our food systems, you need soybeans to move from South America, be it processed or not, to come to Europe and feed our chicken here, or even to Asia and feed their chicken. You need wheat to go from Russia to Southeast Asia or to Northern Africa to feed those countries which mill this wheat and consume it locally. You need the same with corn. You need corn to move to places where it's used because the consumption is not at the same place where the production is. And this has a reason, and the reason is soils and climate. You cannot produce soybeans as efficiently as you do it in South America, in Europe, for instance. You cannot produce soybeans efficiently in Switzerland or in I don't know. So you can, yes, there are certain places, but not at the quantity which is needed. And so this is why I think relocation is a challenge, because you would have to change the food systems.
And the behavior of the people
and
in the end, because if you're supposed to eat locally, seasonally, that is actually affecting our food ban quite a bit. You know, it cuts out rice or much of rice. It cuts out many other things that we gotten used to. Again, I think a big part in making agriculture more sustainable, like with waste, like with farming practices, we need to change our behavior as a society. One big aspect being meat eating. You know, we have to be prepared. It's not a technological solution only. We need all different levels to be addressed simultaneously in order to improve.
I'll give you just an example.
May I add something? I think we have to think more in cycles, local cycles. We have to change our need for meat. So meat needs a lot of relocated food. Then what we need to change is the ability to grow your own food. We have been to Ghana last year with your PDW, and there we had mangoes in Ghana imported from Côte d'Ivoire. The same climate, absolutely rich nature, powerful sun, water, everything needed, but not able to produce their own fruit. So I think it's, of course, technical solutions are important, but in the scale, in small scale, there's a big impact if the resilience of everyone is higher. So we don't have to talk then. We wouldn't talk anymore that the global South has a lack of food if the production in organic way would be more would be better done. This is just another aspect, another color of the discussion.
Thank you so much for your responses. Unfortunately, this is all the time we have, and the session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for their participation and for their questions, as well as for the panelists for all of their knowledge that they gave and their insights on the very important topic of sustainable agriculture. So I would now like to ask everyone to transition over to the gym for session 7, where students will have the opportunity to connect with speakers that they have seen throughout the day. Thank you all so much for your time.